Hi, Terry. John's not going to be here tonight. Huh?
Sounds pretty static.
Staticky? Oh, let me see. Hello, good evening. It's staticky? Can you hear us okay? It's not staticky? Was it?
No, no, no.
Like today, I would have gave you a call and talked to you about what you presented, so I was going to have a few questions, but we can discuss it tonight. Oh, yeah, good point. Evening, Chief. I'm doing well. Yourself? Good. Time's clicking on here.
You had a question about the drainage easement.
Yeah, I was trying to look through the materials and the map and everything, try to figure out where that is. Is it over across the street from Town and Country?
No. It's on
At the-
Little River Bend or Little Creek Bend, there's a street we named on across from Mayor's Landing. Used to be our street, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. Got it. Hey, good evening, Darrell. Oh,
You're asking
hey,
me?
Chief, that door downstairs is locked. Can you open that up? Yes.
Yeah.
I know, but usually on meeting nights it's open. Yeah.
You walk in here and then come here. And it's, you have to kind of figure out which door is gonna work.
I know it. How are you doing tonight?
Yeah, yeah. So,
This is what the evaluation I was supposed to give back to you. I kept forgetting to bring it, so.
yeah,
The whole meeting?
Pretty soon.
No, and then you like reset it.
oh, no, it's like I've been really busy.
Thanks,
Trying
Joe.
to catch up.
I'm pretty busy too.
With work.
Work, city stuff.
Yeah, some stuff.
It, yeah, it becomes very tense at times. Well, we have a big meeting tonight, so we're gonna try to get right to it here. John says he can't. Okay, do it. Take your time. We can't start without a quorum. Bruce, are you ready tonight?
Am I ready?
You ready?
Depends how many questions you ask. How hard they are.
We won't try to make them too difficult.
Kind of, yeah, run a meeting there.
Ah, we've been through so many of these, it should be second nature.
So we can be short for commission.
Darrell's here. That would be a quorum, right?
It's required 3-0 vote on everything.
I know it. John is not coming tonight. He has a project that needs to be completed.
A wedding or anniversary or something.
I don't know.
Some special thing.
I think it's construction. You know, it's a issue of finishing a project in order to meet someone's timeline. I haven't heard from Adam. I haven't heard from Adam.
He was there this morning, so
He was? Okay.
shouldn't be easy.
It's okay if I leave this here.
It was funny, asked me if I knew how to fix it. That last person through.
Well, Justin said it was.
Bruce is almost. Bruce. 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 Can I make comments to the public before we start? Or do I have to be on record?
For what?
I was just going to say that it's a long agenda. And when you come,
Found it short, please don't repeat.
Yeah. We're waiting for a quorum to start the meeting. Just as a reminder, we have a lot of things on the agenda tonight. It's probably going to be a very long meeting. So when you come up for public comment, just make sure that you're on track with the subject matter we're going over, and that you keep your comments as succinct as possible. We do not set time limits here, just so you know. But we have a lot of things to cover, and there's a lot of people tonight, and I can see that there's a lot of interest in making comments on agenda items. So just as a thoughtful reminder. Okay, are you ready, Emily? You're all set? Everything's good? Okay. This meeting of the Livingston City Commission is called to order. Roll call, please, Emily.
Chairman Bennett,
I'm present.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Present.
Commissioner Reddington, Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman.
Present.
Thank you very much. We'll now have a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Can you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We have a big meeting ahead of us tonight, so let's go ahead and get started. The first item on our agenda tonight is consent items. What we normally do are these are items that we just make a blanket vote on a number of things that we usually have as individual items, but we take them as a group. So is there a motion from the commission on the consent items for tonight?
I Make a motion when we pass the consent items.
Motion by Friedman, second by Hoagland. Roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Motion passes. There's one proclamation tonight. Page 34 of the agenda. It is rodeo season. Here's our proclamation. Whereas the Livingston Area Chamber of Commerce is hosting rodeo days in conjunction with the Livingston Roundup Association, and whereas the Livingston Roundup is an annual event enjoyed by the greater Livingston community, and whereas the theme of this year's Roundup Parade is comic book superheroes, and whereas the network Alive Business After Hours occurs on June 26, 2013? 14? Is this correct? 14, is that the correct date? Okay. The Thursday evening preceding the rodeo from 5:30 p.m. until 7 p.m. at the Park County Fairgrounds, I, therefore, I, James Bennett, Chairman of the Livingston City Commission, hereby proclaim June 26th to July 4th, 2014 as Rodeo Days in the City of Livingston, dated this third day of June 2014. Everyone got to come out to attend. That's not part of the proclamation. All right. We do have one scheduled public comment on the relocation of the John Bozeman Monument. Lindy Gibson.
Thank you. I do apologize that from what I understand in visiting with Shannon, that the the chosen location has been approved by the council, and I just haven't so much on my plate. I didn't keep track of the topic. But anyway, a number of years ago, when a gentleman struck that and was eventually died of internal injuries, it sat vacant for quite a while, and I contacted our city attorney about what was going on with it. And I was told that there was criminal something or other, I don't remember the term, that was given to me, and therefore I couldn't look at the incident report. I wanted to know what was going on, and that's what I was given. Then I contacted Darren Rainey to find out what we were going to do, and if I remember right, I was told that it was going to be relocated because that was a dangerous spot, and that is an obtuse triangle. And I says, well, can we put it in the center of the John Bozeman Park? It's the John Bozeman Monument. Can we put it in the middle of the John Bozeman Park? Leave it in its original designated location. And Darren told me that it was there was a public safety concern as far as the traffic going on Calendar Street and on Park Street if pedestrians wanted to go read the monument, which is a four-sided monument for those that aren't familiar with it. And he said there was a safety concern as far as people crossing the street on Calendar, parking to cross the street and look at it, as well as Park Street. They would have to find a place to park. And I thought about it, and I thought, well, I do know that traffic is increasing on Park Street, so I agree. And then I was told last year when I had a number of questions concerning different things that were going on in the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure of Livingston, Clint Tinsley informed me that it was going to be placed at the location that has been chosen, and I just kind of dismissed it. I had like 8 things, and he was really gracious about, we went riding around and pointed out things, and he gave me the answers. Having given it some thought, I thought, in order for it to be valuable and to be truly noteworthy, that it should be placed in the Rotary Park, where we already have several monuments. Rotary Park is from the Depot Center to 5th Street, and then it stops. The rest is Railroad Boulevard. I did contact Tom Schellenberg, who is involved in the Rotary. He said it would be fine with them to place it in there because we already have the Civil War, that slab of rock that's in the ground, and then there's, I believe, the John Bozeman Trail. There's also another monument in the ground there. And I says, really, for as old as it is, and it was installed in 1926, and it is a part of Livingston's history, if we're not going to leave it in the John Bozeman Park, I would like to see it reinstalled for time and eternity in a place that it's more visible, which is Rotary Park. We just discussed the 4th of July activities, and there's other functions, an art and craft fair at another point in the summer, as well as tourists stop their park, eat their lunch and everything. And I would like the City Council to reconsider the location, because where it's presently staked out to be installed for all time and eternity is in that little section from 5th Street to 7th. And now we have 3 lanes of traffic that head west. We have the straight lane, we have the turn left to go to, then you're immediately on US 10, and then we have the turn left lane to go down 7th Street. So you've got 3 lanes heading in the westward direction in addition to the eastbound lane. So now you're looking at that many lanes compared to the number of lanes that were at its present location. And like Darren said, and I agree, it's a public safety risk as far as pedestrian traffic. I felt like I was alone on it, so I contacted our former city attorney, Bob Jovic, on his lunch hour. I picked him up and we went and we sat and we looked at it, and I says, and I just filled him in. I says, here's what I've been told. I started at the bottom of the ladder. I've worked my way up, and if we have to move it from the John Bozeman Park, can we move it to the Rotary Park where we'll get some visibility? 7th Street used to be the city boundaries years ago, and so that's possibly why it was placed on that piece of land. That was the original town site, ended at South 7th. Anyway, I'm asking the commission to please reconsider the location for the erection, because it'll be for time and eternity. No matter how much Livingston grows, I think that intersection isn't going to change. If anything, the traffic will increase. And like Bob Jovic said, he says Darren's right. He had just read a situation where a man hit a statue or a monument back in Minnesota. He sued the city for $14 million, and he was granted that because the city didn't protect him from hitting the monument, which is a parallel universe. It makes no sense at all. But that's, he says, Darren Rainey's absolutely right. He says, and the city should not be placing it where they're going to, because there's even more lanes of traffic that if somebody stops, they're going to have to walk across. And even if they didn't, let's say they're down at Rotary Park. Rotary Park ends at 5th Street. I've not seen any activity beyond the 5th Street crossing except when Mark's in and out on the corner of 8th. In the past, they used to have the old classic car show until the Burlington Northern decided if somebody trips and falls and bruises somebody's hubcap or hits their head and their brains fall out, then Burlington Northern is responsible for the damage. So the car thing went to an end. But as far as public activities, they end at 5th Street, and we're wanting to place it. And I'm not faulting anybody. I just don't think there was enough thought that went into it, because I would have been here earlier. But there's no activity at that point on the boulevard, and I'd like to see it placed where it just gets more visibility. So I'd like each of you to reconsider that location, just somewhere in the park where we've got benches, we've got the old-fashioned street lights, and we've got the zigzag walkway. I believe, because John Bozeman Trail is a part of Park County's history, I think we would do right by placing the monument on Rotary Park. And like I said, Tom Schellenberg said it's absolutely fine with them. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lindy. Appreciate it. All right. We do have a number of public hearings tonight, and preparation for that, most of these public hearings are about our rate increases. And what I'd like to do is pass those down to Chief. Chief, can you let anyone in the audience who wants a copy of that have one of those? Just pass it over to them. Thank you very much. Don't think so. Do we have to do any roll call for Adam? Or he just is marked toward?
Make a note and share it.
Okay. All right, so most of these resolutions or public hearings, excuse me, will be our last hearing or discussion on these items before we vote on them. Once the public hearing is closed, then the commission will vote on them, and that's the last time we'll take up that subject for this year. I am having a stack of rate increases passed around. If you want a copy of those rate increases, they're going around, and it shows exactly what the average customer will be paying for a rate increase. Average meaning, you know, an average house in Livingston with average use, and you know, an average size lot in Livingston. These are what a customer would see on a monthly basis and on a yearly basis over the year. So some people will pay some less, some people will pay more depending on your usage and depending on your property size. Because some of these are based on usage, some of them are based on square foot of your property. So I hope that's helpful so that you know, anyone coming up and discussing those issues will have some reference point. So let's begin. We got the first resolution begins on page 36 of our agenda. It's resolution number 4459, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, increasing the water rate in the amount of 2% to become effective for July 2014 water usage billed in August. This public hearing is now open. Any public comment? Anyone can comment on these issues.
Before we begin, I think Ms. Hogue would like to give a little factor presentation.
Oh, okay.
It may answer
Great.
some of the questions that may come out of the audience.
Okay, great. All right, Jesse.
I just have a brief summary here to kind of overview some of the points. Resolution number 4459 is an inflationary water rate increase of 2%. The customer impact ranges between 25 cents per month and 72 cents per month, with the average customer impact being approximately 62 cents per month, and that is based on a water usage of 8,000 gallons. This rate increase allows us to continue on the 10-year infrastructure improvement projects downtown, as well as continue on the current service levels our customers are used to seeing. It is also consistent with capital improvement plans dating back to the 2012-2016 capital improvement plan.
We want to take each resolution with a little synopsis like that? Okay, that'll be great. All right, so this public hearing is now open. Is there any public comment on resolution 4459? Any public comment? Is there any public comment on resolution 4459? Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion from the commission?
Yeah, I make a motion we pass resolution 4459.
Motion by Friedman, second by Stern on resolution 4459. Commission discussion. Commissioner Stern.
I'll make my comments now and kind of close to the remainder of the resolution. Water, with the utility rate increase. And that is that we put a lot of thought and time into coming up with these. We've made certain that the city is in a good position going forward. We have to take care of our critical infrastructure to provide the services that the citizens need, not just for now, today, but for the future. We have really worked as hard as we can to avoid unnecessary increases. I think we have a really lean and tight budget, and we wouldn't approve these increases if they weren't absolutely necessary. So with that said, I am going to vote in favor of these. I think they're the responsible thing to do. So that holds for all of these. We've had numerous CIP meetings, and we've talked about it here at the commission meetings before. This is not the first time this has come up. And the rate increases that we've come to at this point are the result of a good deal of discussion and a lot of hard work on the part of the finance department. So comments I provide here are for all of these rate increases. That's why I'll be supporting them. Thank you.
Further commission discussion?
Yes,
Commissioner.
I have a question. Can you help explain to the business customers the impact that this is residential? Do you have any numbers for us? Because I was asked by many people and I didn't have those numbers.
The range of impact would be consistent for businesses as well as residential customers. The average impact, I would say the average impact, I don't have those numbers, but I would say they'd be probably slightly higher, probably to the 0.72 cents per month usage. It all depends on their average usage. And I can certainly run numbers for you and get those to you if you need to.
I would probably guess that commercial usage, an office building may not use as much water as a restaurant or something of that nature. So it's going to really depend a lot on the commercial business and their intended use. The only comment I would like to make in all these resolutions that we'll go through are that each one is a different rate increase, and they're not always necessarily inflationary. There's a lot of other issues or elements in that rate increase. It also encompasses costs for new vehicles, worn down vehicles, backhoes, bulldozers, trucks. It includes contracts for public employees that are already approved for a number of years. It goes over the cost of goods that the city has to purchase, cost for fuel that goes up and fluctuates. So it's not necessarily just the cost of inflation that's a big part of it, but also there's other elements as well. If we want to buy a new dump truck for the Public Works Department, we plan for that over a 5-year period, and we collect the monies over a long period of time and save them up and bank them so that when we do buy it, we aren't buying through debt. This whole process is to eliminate debt in our buying process. We're buying large pieces of equipment through cash. And that's important to you because as soon as we take on debt, that raises your taxes because the city doesn't run without property taxes and charging for fees for water, sewer, and garbage. So I want to add that as well. These rate increases do have a different range of percentages. Water and solid waste, which is your garbage pickup, are 2% increase. Our sewer increase is 12%. It's a large increase, but this is going to be only a one-time large increase. Correct, Jesse? This is 12% this year, and then next year goes back down to 2%. The reason we did that, made that decision, was that we are required by the State Department of Environmental Quality to meet certain standards for treatment of our effluent, because our effluent goes into where? Yellowstone River. So I'm assuming that there's no one here that would want to see that, I should say, put in positive, everyone would want to see the cleanest water going back into the Yellowstone River as possibly could. So these standards are set. We have to meet those standards, and in order to meet those standards, we have to improve our wastewater treatment plant, which is also outdated. It's 40 years old. Working on 40-year-old technology, and we need to increase it and project that into the future so that by the year 2030 comes around, we're still using that water treatment plant and it's still functioning for the city at a high level of water quality going into the Yellowstone River. Okay. Street maintenance, that is a 10% increase. We are doing large infrastructure replacement projects throughout the city of Livingston, and that will go on for about 60 years. Your children will have to be voting on these. Those are costly projects in the millions of dollars each and every year. The good news is that our light maintenance districts have a 0% increase. That has been fairly constant for the last several years. So I just wanted to preface all these resolutions with that information as well to help the understanding. Is that all correct, Jesse? Okay, thank you very much. All right, since there's no further discussion on Resolution 4459, and we do have a motion, may we have a roll call?
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Motion passes. Resolution B, resolution number 4460, resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, increasing the sewer rate in the amount of 12% to become effective for July 2014 sewage usage billed in August. This is a public hearing, and Jesse, do you want to have some preliminary information on this one as well? Okay.
This resolution 4460 is a sewer rate increase. It's a 12% increase, and customer impact ranges from $2.28 a month to $9.47 per month, depending on usage. The average customer impact will be approximately $5.67 per month, which is based on 5,000 gallons per month. This allows us to prepare for the debt service of the wastewater treatment plant. Different than what Commissioner Bennett was saying, this is a large capital project and is not feasible to pay for cash. So this will be financed with debt service. It also allows us to continue on with the 10-year infrastructure project and other sewage issues throughout the city. And it is consistent with our capital improvement plan.
Good point. Very good. All right, this is a public hearing. It's now open for comment on Resolution 4460. Public comment on Resolution 4460. Any comment on Resolution 4460? Okay. This public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion by the Commission?
Make a motion to pass resolution 4460.
Okay, motion by Friedman, second by Stern. Discussion from the Commission. I think Jesse did make a really good point here, which I didn't say, and I misled you on that. This resolution, the increase to this is going to pay for the debt service because it is a $10 million project. We can't pay for that with cash. We don't have that in our pocket. So this is to pay for the debt service on the improvements to the sewer treatment plant. Okay, good point. Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Okay. Resolution passes. If it would please the Commission, I would like to go through all the rate increases first before we get on to any other subject. Is everyone okay with skipping over C and doing all the rate increases first? Okay. All right. All right, so we're skipping to C. We'll be coming back to that. So we have Resolution D, resolution number 4474, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, increasing the rate for collection and disposal of solid waste in the amount of 2% per month per residential customer and 2% increase in the rate structure for commercial customer. to become effective for July 2014 usage billed in August. Jesse?
Like you said, this is a 2% rate increase. Residential impacts range from 27 cents to $1.86 per month. Commercial impacts are between 7 cents and $3.50 per month. The average impact will be about 34 cents per month.
This is a public hearing. So is there any public comment on resolution 4474? Any public comment on resolution 4474? Public comment? Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion from the commission?
Make a motion we pass resolution 4474.
Motion by Friedman, excuse me, second by Hoagland. Commission discussion? Okay. Roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Motion passes. Resolution number 4475, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, estimating the cost of maintaining and improving streets and alleys in furtherance of the 5-year capital improvement plan for street maintenance District Number 1 for fiscal year 2014-2015 in the estimated amount of $918,500, okay, which is a 10% increase from the prior fiscal year, and levying and assessing 100% of the estimated costs against every parcel of property within said district for that part of the cost which is accessible area bears to the accessible area of the district, and calling for a public hearing. But we have to make an amendment for that, correct, Bruce?
To me and calling for public hearing. Pretty overrequired.
Okay. Okay. So do we need to do that as a council motion to delete that, strike that?
I wouldn't make it record over since this is the public hearing. So they just all the time.
Okay. Shall we do it after the public hearing or before?
I'll do that.
Okay. Is there a motion from the commission to strike the and calling for a public hearing from the resolution? Okay. Motion by Hoagland, second by Friedman. Roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman,
4.
Motion passes. We do now have a public hearing for resolution 4475. Public hearing for resolution 4475. Comment from Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Bruce. Just throw something at me.
So, I was just going to say that this is a 10% rate increase. The average customer impact will be $1.30 per month, and that this is based on your lot size, not your usage.
Would that be the same for commercial as all lot size as well? Okay. Public comment on resolution 4475. Any public comment? Last call for public comment on resolution 4475. Roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman,
4.
I got ahead of myself.
all discussion.
No, we didn't take a motion on that motion. I do apologize. Okay, we needed a motion first. I apologize. I'm trying to go too fast here. Okay, is there a motion on resolution 4475? Motion by Friedman,
Second.
second by Hoagland. Discussion? Roll call. Thank you.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman,
4.
Motion passes. Resolution number 4476, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, estimating the cost of maintaining lights and supplying electrical current to Special Improvement Lighting District Number 20 the amount of $47,260 for fiscal year 2014, 2015, and levying and assessing 100% of the estimated cost against every parcel of property within said district for that part of the cost which its assessable area bears to the assessable area of the district. Jesse.
There's a 0% rate increase, and there are two different portions to this district. One pays for electrical costs for the street lights, which is this resolution. The next will pay for the repair and maintenance of those light poles.
This is a public hearing for Resolution 4476. This public hearing is now open for comment. Any comment on Resolution 4476? Public comment on Resolution 4476. Going once, going twice. This public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion on Resolution 4476? Motion by Friedman, second by Hoagland. Commission discussion. Roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Sturm, Commissioner Friedman,
4.
Motion passes. The next resolution is Resolution 4477, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana to modify Special Improvement Lighting District Number 20 by replacing street lights and other appurtenances therein, and levying and assessing 100% of the estimated cost of $91,740 for fiscal year 2014-2015 against every parcel of property within said district for that part of the cost which its assessable area bears to the assessable area of the district, and calling for a public hearing. Before we let Jesse comment, is there a motion from the commission to strike and calling for a public hearing from this resolution? Stern moves.
Second.
Second by Friedman. Roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman,
4.
Motion passes. Jesse.
This is the repair and maintenance portion of the lighting district, which pays for lighting in the downtown area, the poles that go up in the downtown area, and any other places we may replace throughout town.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there any public comment on Resolution 4477? Any public comment on Resolution 4477? Any public comment? Resolution 4477. Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion from the commission on Resolution 4477? Motion by Friedman. Second by Stern. Commission discussion. Roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
4.
Commissioner Friedman,
4.
Motion passes. Now we'll return to item C, resolution number 4471. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, annexing by petition of James W. Severs certain land which is contiguous to the City of Livingston and described as parcels 4 and 5 of Section 4, Township 2 South, Range 10 East, Certificate of Survey 564 in Park County, Montana. Bruce, do you have any comment?
The law, this is an annexation by petition. Since it's owned 100% by the petitioner, there was no need to call for an election, but we do have to have a public hearing. And following the notice required by law, this is the time and place set for the hearing on this annexation.
So there is no other public hearing. This is the public hearing?
This is the public hearing.
All right, so this is public hearing on Resolution 4471. This public hearing is now open for public comment. Any public comment on Resolution 4471? Mr. Ebinger, just name and address for the record.
It's Bob Ebinger. I live at 128 South Yellowstone Street, Livingston, Montana. And I just want to compliment you on the explanation you gave for the water, sewer, and lights. I thought it was thorough, and it's refreshing to see that, presented in such a cogent way. Thank you.
Thank Jesse as well. Thank you, Jesse. Are you taking off for the night? There's nothing else to do with finances. We're good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesse.
I hope you've all received my packet that I submitted to you last week. It was mostly for your education. I did put a summary of what my concerns were for this, but it was mainly for you to see what Love's travel shops or country stores have done in other parts of the country. Everything was taken off their website. I added nothing. So the information about what they do, their history, and the pictures were all from their website. So I want to make clear I have not editorialized any of that at all. I wasn't going to say this, but I think tonight, since it seems to be becoming quite controversial because of an article in the paper, that to consider Resolution 4474 and then the subsequent Resolution 4472 without the city manager here is very inopportune for him to explain to him the process that's gone on already, which many in the community feel is not been explained in full. So I would say that I would suggest that you not discuss it tonight or take a vote on it, because I think it's inopportune, because we don't have the city representing what has happened, because a lot of it was done before it became public. But in lieu of you voting to do it, I would like to make some comments on it. I'm worried about the process that we've done. There was a state statute in 2011 that called for the county to be working, city to be working with the county. And subsequent article last night, large article last night, said shows there's quite concern among the county. And I talked to the county commissioners today and the county planner that this was not a group meeting. Nothing was done. They weren't informed until they read about it in the paper that this was happening. And I think, if you want to have a successful transfer of authority, i.e. fire, police, that these things need to be worked out, and they need to be worked out in a public forum, as opposed to saying we've worked it out. I think the planning board would have been a perfect opportunity to vent all these all the concerns, as well as finding out exactly if there's anything to be concerned about. I'm not necessarily saying that one of these Love's travel stations would be inconvenient or bad, but it has to be for the good of Livingston, Montana, and not good for Love Incorporated. I think we need to have an analysis of the effect what it would have on Livingston, Montana. Could be good, could be bad. We haven't discussed this, and I think we should. Proper noticing, I'm not sure if the proper noticing was done to the people out in that area adjacent to where this development is proposed. And I think that what happened with the county 10 years ago called for a lawsuit. And I think we need to be open about this so we don't have a possible lawsuit, which would cost the city a lot of money. As far as the community involvement, I talked to Vision Livingston, which supposedly is supposed to be one of the people working on economic development for the city of Livingston. Knew nothing about this. The Business Improvement District knew nothing about this. No input, no explanation, not even saying this is underway. Everything had to be read in the paper. And then read in the paper, and then we have a public hearing, and you're going to vote on it. It seems to me it's being rushed far too quickly. My question is, will Love's be a good neighbor? They've already asked for exemption from our sign height and night sky ordinances. Are there concerns about that? You saw the pictures that I submitted to you. The one in the sky, terrible. But they also have monument signs. These are things you need to negotiate when you're going to have this kind of a large commercial development. I've heard through the grapevine, and Livingston's great for grapevines talk, that it's not going to be a public water and sewer line. Part of it's going to be private. which means the other people don't have to hook up to a private system. Is this true or false? Rumors abound. We need to find out because it's a serious consideration. It seems to me that we're on Love's time schedule and not Livingston's time schedule. If you look at their website under Love's Livingston, Montana, the proposed opening is November 2014, which means they're ready to go. You pass this tonight and you pass the other resolution 4472, it's a done deal. The only thing you have now is changing the zoning. When is that going to be done? Is that too late to ask for what they're going to provide the city of Livingston? Now's the time to ask and find out what the travel stop can do for Livingston through promotion, a kiosk, signing, saying Livingston, Yellowstone Park, come through Livingston first. We don't know. These are things when you're dealing with annexation, these issues I feel need to be on the table now. Because if you go too far down the line and then you ask for it, they're going to say, why? We already have permission to do this. And if they go too far down the line and you end up having a lawsuit because of contentiousness, they're going to sue the city because you didn't have due diligence before you allowed them to do it. So I think this is really, really important issue. And I'm not necessarily saying I'm against the Loves, but I just don't know what they're going to do. Their travel stations have restaurants. They sell commodities there. They have, besides gas station, and they have showers. It's for truckers. I think that's a really good idea. But once again, they can't build in the county. They need to be in the city and have water and sewer. So now's the time to negotiate because you have a stance. They want to come here. They will come here. Now's the time to define what Livingston wants from them, not have them tell what they're going to give to Livingston. So I would suggest that more information needs to be done with this, whether we need to have a meeting with the community, but I think tonight is the wrong time to vote for these. Thank you very much.
Bob, I'm sorry, would you sign in there? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. Is there any other public comment on resolution 4471? Please. And sign in and state your name and address for the record. Thank
All right,
you.
my name is Pebbles Venus Lee Bantham, 417 South 13th, Livingston, Montana. And I'm just here because I work in the sector with a business here that I've been here for 10 years, and I don't think everybody's really thought this out. I moved here to Livingston 15 years ago. It's a beautiful town. You want people to come see it. With the economy the way it has been, we've lost a lot of businesses, and I think a truck stop on the outskirts of town is a detriment to this community. Y'all were voted in here to take care of what the community wants, and I don't think anybody went to the businesses and discussed this. This was kind of like thrown with whoever. And politics aside, I can tell you that if you do this, coming westbound from the east, there's more states in the east, they're coming this way, whether they're going to the park or not, 40% of my business, because I am a manager of a convenience store here, is due to people stopping. They ask, what's a good restaurant? Where's a good place to get a cup of coffee? You are stopping them. If they had no plans to come to Livingston at all, you're stopping them on the highway. They get everything because you got a huge conglomerate, and they go right on down the road. You bring them in. We've got 6 gas stations and 2 truck stops as it is. You bring them into town. Even if they don't have time to stay, they can see what Livingston has to offer, and maybe they'll come back. I just know in the wintertime, everybody can joke about tourists and how bad summer is and all that, but that's where we make all our money for the winter. And I think you're going to lose a lot of business. I know for a fact that if this comes in, it jeopardizes my job and my employees, and when my sales go down, then my labor goes down. And I wish that everybody here would stop and think about this, and I know 2 aren't here, and I hope that they listen to everybody's comments. I think this was just rolled in, and nobody that works in this sector does get it, but it doesn't matter what exit, we all share it, whether they come in on where the hospital's going to go on that end, or they come in down by McDonald's. If Love's brings in a franchise for food and everything, nobody has any reason to come into Livingston. And I just think it's silly, and I think everybody needs to rethink it. Because you want them to come here to spend the money and to see what we have to offer. Nobody wants to change a huge amount, but there's no reason to have one where they're just going to truck on by. Especially summertime and wintertime, you know, that's when we make all our money is in the summer, and I just think it's a detriment to Livingston.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Further public comment? Warren?
Good evening. Warren, maybe 310 South H Street. Just so everybody who didn't get a packet knows who the people involved are. Love's Truck Stops or Travel Centers were founded in 1964 with one gas station. They now have 300 plus locations across, I believe, 40 states and 10,000 employees. In 2013, they were number 9 on Forbes' list of America's largest private companies and grossed $26.09 billion. So when the lawsuits start, that's who the other side is. The travel centers that what this probably would be, anyone in there would have this one or several of 18 fast food restaurants that they have franchises with. They also have ATMs, overnight parking, RV dump stations, showers and laundry facilities, and those last 3 items are going to have a heavy impact on any water or sewer services that are provided to them. They also will probably have compressed natural gas, which most of the trucking lines are now investigating instead of gasoline, and also have truck tire and mechanical services. Now, my concern is the cost benefits or penalty to the taxpayers of Livingston if this annexation is approved. If approved tonight, there are many unanswered questions that may prove to be very costly in the very near future. We're still told, or we're told, how law enforcement is stretched thin now. Will more personnel be needed, and who pays? Livingston's fire protection is now rated very highly by our insurance providers. Will current equipment and personnel staffing be sufficient? The town I came from in upstate New York built a very large government center. And after they did, they discovered they needed a new fire engine that cost over $500,000. And this is years ago. Then they discovered they didn't have any place to house it. So they had to build a firehouse that went someplace between $1 and $2 million. These are just a few of the unanswered questions of what this would bring with it. And another, with the wastewater and water, according to the executive summary for the current wastewater, the proposed wastewater plant, the planning area ends at the Veterans Bridge. It does not include the proposed annexation. Also, the summary was based on a planning period of 18 years and on growth forecasts based on Livingston's population being, and I quote, stable and slow. This is going to be a mini Livingston that winds up out there, especially for water use. So what will the impact of very high water usage be on this facility? There have been many meeting hours, and this to me is really, really ironic. There have been many meeting hours spent on tennis courts, climbing rocks, and even more, plus tens of thousands of dollars on an overpass versus an underpass. There should be way more study on this that has tremendous impact on the city of Livingston. And when somebody can discuss the damage to the viewscape of an overpass versus a mini Disneyland going in at the edge of town. It's almost humorous. Progress is good, but growth is not always progress, and it's not always good. I don't think once this annexation happens, if that's voted in tonight, you know, it's like an arrow, it's gone. You can't call it back. So I would very, very, very much hope that it will not be voted.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Further public comment on resolution 4471? And again, just state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm David Veers, 504 East Park. I'm obviously not as well prepared as everybody else that has been up here, but I would like to state a few facts. One is that there was a study done that the reason that Livingston is waning financially is because the east and west entrances are not being used. Everybody gets off at McDonald's and heads south. That's it. By coming off the interstate at the east end, enjoying whatever Love's has to offer, heading to the hospital, any hotels that might be out there, they're going to eventually be drawn into the downtown district. The fact is, I travel a lot in business. I see activity, I pull off. I don't always go to the first place I see. I like to see what the local surroundings have to offer. And I think that that is one of the benefits we're going to see. Now, one thing that I don't think that people are is that right now the property is in the county. This project can go on in the county, and the tax dollars go to the county. What's being offered right now is for those tax dollars to go to the city, along with the extra taxes. I don't understand it completely. I'm not a great orator, by the way, but there are tax dollars from the gas sales, that go to the city. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration. The fact is, something is going to happen out there. You've got the new hospital going in. There is going to be hotels with the hospital. There is going to be services. In all the time that I've been in business, I have found that competition is good. Let's face it, you go downtown. They always say, one art gallery is going to just be a waste. But put 10 in and they all do well. And I think that's what we're going to see here. We're not talking about fuel sales. We're talking about drawing in the public off of the interstate, not just going south to Yellowstone Park. We want to see them hit the downtown district. So that's what I see happening. Thank you.
Further public comment on resolution 4471? Tricia? Again, name and address for the record.
Patricia Grabo, 204 East Callender Street, Livingston, Montana. I appreciate comments of people that have gone before me. I feel very strongly that this is a last-minute attempt to bring kind of the Walmart of truck stops into Livingston, Montana, not taking into consideration the tremendous efforts that have gone into creating a well-planned, well-designed city, completely ignoring our own growth policy. I was on the city commission when we did the Watson subdivision. I noticed Mr. Veers was talking about hotels that would be going out there and all the things sort of randomly. That's not true. Watson subdivision was beautifully planned, including the hospital, so that we could cluster develop the buildings out there so that we could save the view shed from Sacagawea Park. So we're talking about a huge, massive land. It would be really great if the commission had the good sense to go back and take a serious look again at what is being proposed. Because the Watson subdivision really doesn't allow for this last minute Walmart of truck stops going in. We carefully thought the future of growth out there and discussed it, and in fact it's a great plan and I voted for it. I did not vote for the Yellowstone Preserve on the other side of the highway to some degree because it would make allowances for things like this truck stop that could possibly go through. Fortunately for people like me who really value an intelligently designed city, the Hart Ranch took over what could have been kind of a wild commercial development. There's not going to be people who haven't spent time on this don't understand. There's not going to be all these great hotels that just randomly come up. We've planned this thing. We're very, very thorough about it. Now, to at the last minute with no notification, and in fact, the protocol that was followed to bring this thing into being is extremely questionable. For the commission tonight to ignore the hard work that's gone on before, to seriously plan a beautiful community with a decent view shed and night sky ordinances and everything that we worked so hard to bring into being. For the commission tonight to just go ahead and just randomly vote for something, I think would be premature, to say the least. And just feel so strongly that this commission, I think, like the commissions before, are committed to an unusually beautiful community in this state of Montana. We don't want to end up like 10th Street in Great Falls with basically strip zoning. We thought that through and we said, no, we don't want to do this. We don't want to end up like Columbus with just a huge commercial venue near the highway and then the downtown dies. I took a walk around downtown Livingston today and talked to everybody I could find. There isn't a single person I talked to who finds any merit at all in this proposal. So please, like the speakers before me, please reconsider tonight. Please consider not going ahead tonight. It's really important. And please review again the Watson subdivision and the plans that are already in place at this point. Oh, one other quick thing. The people getting off the highway into Livingston could be remedied by a wonderful proposal that has come up for City Center Yellowstone Park signs advertising 337 like Bozeman does. Bozeman advertises City Center Yellowstone Park before you turn off from Main Street. So there's some alternatives to bringing people into the downtown and remedying the situation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Patricia. Appreciate your comments. All right, is there further discussion on Resolution 4471, annexation of the Seavers project property? Dale, go ahead and state your name and address for the record and then sign in as well.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Dale Sexton, 323 North Main, Livingston, Montana. Appreciate the opportunity to meet before the commission this evening, and appreciate the dialogue that's occurring here this evening. And everybody that's sitting here can appreciate what kind of a unique community we have. I don't think any one of you would be sitting here if that wasn't the case. How many communities of our size anywhere throughout the United States, for that matter, that have an east interchange that has very little development? So I think we have a unique opportunity here. We have a unique community, number one, and we've known that this was coming. It's the inevitability of it has been out there for some time now, and it's kind of being accelerated, if you will, with the development of the hospital. And I think that this commission is in a unique position to see that this development happens in a way that benefits our community, that maintains the uniqueness, the quality of our life here, that keeps us all here. To allow this to happen in a haphazard manner, I think would be a tremendous disservice to Livingston, as well as to yourselves and the legacy that we could potentially carry forward here. I agree with some of the previous speakers that there's going to be development at that end of town. It's just the manner in which it occurs. Personally, a truck stop to me is very unappealing. That's Anywhere USA. Livingston, Montana is not Anywhere USA, and I would hope you would give pause before you make a decision tonight, before you let a corporation come into our community and just build another, generic facility that they're going to profit very nicely from. I would wager that they could, maybe not this corporation, but some other developer could also profit very nicely at that end of town and do it to a standard that we could all be proud of, that distinguishes us from Columbus or Laurel or, for instance, over the hill, Bozeman, Montana. Have a travel center, something that draws people off the interstate, that not only draws them off the interstate, but then brings them into downtown. I'm a local business owner. We've got a very special core in our downtown, and to not recognize that, I think would be a grave mistake. So I'd just like you to give pause and consideration to this issue. I would personally like to see a committee appointed. Obviously, we're dealing with a timeline here. It needs to be somewhat fast-tracked, if you will, which I hope this decision tonight is not going to be, and of vested interests, both from the development end of the spectrum, as well as people who want the character of our community preserved, and develop a really nice plan towards what we want to actually see. And I understand, as per Miss Grabo's dialogue, that the previous commissions did give thought to that end of town, but now the rubber's meeting the road, and I think that it just needs to be really, really thoughtful to make sure that that it's done properly. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Is there a further public comment on Resolution 4471? David?
David Lewis, 710 Northern Lights. To be brief, I want to speak in support of the kind of comments that Dale and Bob Evinger are making. My reason being that in my business, it amounts to a monthly survey of many businesses. I call them, I interact with them every month. I've done it for going on 18 years. And it's surviving here is a fragile experience. And I've seen a lot of them come and a lot of them go. I thank God that we've survived. And I'm not an expert on what the answers are for this particular issue, but it does seem to me that it requires a lot of study. I don't know how you figure out what the best deal is. The travel center thing seems great. I don't know also what happens, you throw it back to the county and they end up with the same thing anyway. Maybe you communicate with the county, strategize. But I just really want to emphasize the how easy it is to break a business here. It's not your responsibility to keep them in business, but let's do what we can to be as responsible in these kind of decisions as we can.
Further public comment on resolution 4471? Mr. Beers?
One last comment here. Nowhere in this docket does it mention Loves. We're talking about the annexation of the property into the city. So none of this really has anything to do with that. So I don't think that there's any reason not to vote on this tonight. We're just talking about annexing the property. That's all I'd like to add. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce.
Warren?
Warren Mabee, 310 South 8th Street. I'll go right back to what I said about all of the meetings that have been held, about all of the other things that are come before the commission, the overpass, the underpass, and everything else. This is the biggest ramrodding I've ever seen. Once that annexation is done, control is lost. And I think that that, in a nutshell, is it. And I think that they didn't grow to be the corporation that they did, which is great. That's a huge plus on their part, by giving things away. And that's why I see down the road that Livingston will wind up paying for a whole lot of things that aren't even on the horizon now. And whatever looks good in terms of taxes or anything else is going to be sucked up by whatever services they wind up needing to be provided. So I think that there has to be more study. I'm not for or against them being there. All I'm saying is that before this gets ramrodded through, there has to be a whole lot more studying done of what the repercussions are. Otherwise, it's too late. So, again, a vote no is not a vote against Loves. A vote no is just to provide the time to do more of a study that they've done for climbing rocks and everything else, so that we don't wind up behind the 8 ball. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Warren.
Commissioners, Bob Evinger again, 128 South Yellowstone. I'll say I'm on the Urban Renewal Agency and also the Historic Preservation Commission. I just want to say, add two things we don't forget. And Mr. Viers said we're not talking about Loves. Well, we are talking about Loves because it's on their website that they're coming to Livingston, Montana. And we have been informed that Jim Severs has intention of selling it to Loves. So it is the big Magilla or gorilla in the room here. And the other thing is, they came to the city. If they wanted to build it in the county, and they could, there's no problem. They could have just done it. But they came to us. Why? They need water and sewer. So now's the time to be able to use that to tell them and negotiate with them what they're going to do for Livingston. What are they going to provide for us so we can let them come? What are they going to do for us? Are they going to be good neighbors? Or are they going to be a corporation that takes?
Linda Ford, 2306 Constellation Drive. My comment is actually in the form of a question. Is the commission under a statutory requirement concerning a vote on an application for annexation? Are you under a time restraint?
No.
So I'm hearing the issue is being fast-tracked, but yet you really and truly have all the time you need to take. Is that correct?
The commission can take the time necessary in order for us to make an informed decision.
Okay. then it doesn't need to be rammed down anyone's throat. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
That would be correct. Further comment on resolution 4471? Further comment on resolution 4471? Any other public comment on resolution 4471? Going once? Going, yes, sir. Come on up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record, and then sign in on the sheet as well.
My name is Kim Van Dyke, and I reside at 3153 East, 1250 North, Layton, Utah. I am the representative for Love's Travel Stops for all of you that have shown up here in opposition. First off, I'd like to start out and tell you a little bit about the company that I've worked 18 years for. And I don't think I look like a gorilla, but with that said, I'm here for one reason, and that's to speak if there's opposition to Lowe's, because I have worked for them for a long time and maybe can shed a little bit of light of who these people are. And we are not a Walmart, number one. The Love's Travel Stops is a family-owned business. Our competitors, the majority of them out there are not. The Love's family cares very much about the people that work for the company and for the places that we build our travel centers. We I think, do the best job in the country. That's why the other guys have lawsuits pending out there. If you research about them, we do not, because we do things the right way. And we make all attempts to be part of the community. So I would ask the citizens, and I'm not sure how this is going to play out, but I'm here. You may visit with me till you fall asleep, because I won't after the meeting. I'll listen to all of the comments that you want to bestow upon me of what you would like us to give you, besides a great business that cares about the community. If you research and read a little bit more about Love's, just a few months back, they gave $3 million to a city in Oklahoma that was devastated by a tornado. In Katrina's time, Love's was the one that stepped up and provided train loads of fuel to the Gulf area when no one else could get in there at the same cost that we paid for it. So Love's has given parks, monuments, move them, install them. You just need to let me know where we can be part of the community, because that is what we want to be. We're not the big bad guys. Love's is a great company, and they have given and given. Children's Miracle Network were the #1 fundraiser in the nation, and all those funds stay in your hospital, does not go back to Oklahoma City. We also, which I hadn't heard any comments, is a lot of places have been hurt by the economy since 2008, and a lot of families have lost their kids because they have no jobs to go to. So I've got grandkids, and I've got kids, and I sure like being around them if they have a job to be in the same town that I'm in, and we will provide a lot of jobs, 30 to 50, depending on what restaurant concepts that we have come in with us. So it provides a lot of jobs, and I'm sure there are many people unemployed in this community. And I understand it's a very unique community in certain ways, and I appreciate that. I don't think that we would take anything away from that. Our buildings are immaculate. They're gorgeous. We keep our facilities clean and well kept up. So we do things a little bit different, and we want to be here. That's why I'm here tonight, and we've been working to try to see if we can get this thing done. So our water usage also, I've heard some comments about sewer and water. We're paying our fair share of getting what we need to our facility, and our usage is not as high as what everyone thinks. They think that it's less than 10,000 gallons a day. So I think the city has run the numbers that it's not a huge impact on the water usage, but I wouldn't. I came from the other guys, working 6 years with them. Wasn't comfortable with the way that they handled their employees and did their business. So was recruited by Love's, and 18 years now, and I wouldn't change it for anything. They're great people to work for, and I think that you would find that they're great neighbors to have in your community. Anyway, if there's a need for me to answer any questions, I'd be glad to stay over and do so.
Thank you very much, Kim. Appreciate that. Appreciate your comments and your insight.
Remember his name. He was just up here, and do you need me to tell me the name again?
Just in the microphone, state your name and address again.
Pebbles Bantham, 417 South 13th Street, Livingston, Montana. I understand that this Love's conglomerate or whatever, and he's saying they're mom and pop. Well, let me give you some background about. I didn't want to bring this. Casey's Corner, that is down across, is Exxon station. It is a mom and pop run franchise. We have 10 stores there in Montana. We give back tremendously to the community with the Gardner Rodeo, the Livingston Rodeo, the Chamber of Commerce, and so forth. You're going to bring 30 jobs in, but take them from out of the people here, as far as I'm concerned. We have a fuel distribution company, and so everybody here knows you make absolutely no money on fuel. Now, at the next level, they might, because we own the fuel distribution company, but you make no money on fuel, 2 cents maybe. All your money comes from inside sales, and that's where customer service and such comes in, that you want to keep your locals, or you want to keep your tourists that are used to being there. They're probably a great company, but I still think it's going to be a detriment to this community not bringing them in to see what we have to offer. And so, the Casey's, the one that you should be very proud of in Livingston is a #1 in the franchise, #1 west of the Mississippi for Exxon, and #3 in the nation. And that's something that I personally have worked very, very hard to get mystery shopped and all that, to make sure that everything's clean and the community gets what they need and people like to come there. So I'll just say thanks, and that's all I have to say.
Further public comment?
Mr. Grabo, 204 East Calendar Street. I hear so much of what I heard when we were discussing the Yellowstone Preserve subdivision, and from Tim, seems like a really nice guy. If Love's is in fact a good neighbor, then in the best interest of Livingston, and if they have read the Watson subdivision plans and how much store we put in these designs for our city, and if they've read our night sky ordinance, and if they have read our signage proposals, then it would be, as a good neighbor, it would be great they moved the Love's truck stop downtown. Then we would assure that we bring this good business into our downtown area. We would bring those jobs into our downtown area. It would be greatly appreciated. That is something worth considering. So we're just saying that voting on this tonight, the Seavers subdivision was never meant, when we did all the planning, it was never meant to be turned into a truck stop. Never. It was never zoned commercial. It was never annexed into the city. It was, we didn't want it. That's why we didn't include it in our growth policy. So it would be nice to have a neighbor that would really take who we are and what our dreams are into consideration and allow us to really negotiate this thing.
Further public comment on resolution 4471? Dale?
Dale Sexton, 323 North Main, Livingston, Montana. I appreciate the gentleman here that's representing Love's. Hopefully he can appreciate
Excuse me for
the.
a second, Dale. I'm sorry. Patricia, did you accidentally take the sign-in sheet? Can we get it back, please? Dale doesn't need to sign in again, but I noticed it was gone.
I take it this is a really important document. So the fact that he's here seems to indicate to me that this conversation is about Love's, and I can appreciate the success that they have enjoyed in other communities throughout the United States. I can also appreciate that they're somewhat drooling at the mouth, if you will, at our East Interchange. I hope you'll take that under consideration. And if Love's is the developer, per se, at that end of town, I'd just like to see them do things differently than what we've seen happen elsewhere. I don't want to see a Love's Travel Mart like exists in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, for instance. I want to see something that personifies Livingston, Montana. It's unique, that we can all be proud of, that isn't just about commerce, but is about what the reason why we're all here, which is our distinctive competence. It's not about commercialism. It's about, none of us are stuffing our pockets with cash here. It's obvious. David mentioned it. It's a very difficult business climate. Will Love's make it better? Potentially. But to create just another truck stop at the East Interchange would be a grave mistake for the community of Livingston. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment on resolution 4471? Any other public comment? Resolution 4471. Last call for a public comment. This public hearing is about to close. No other comment? This public hearing is closed. Resolution 4471. Is there a motion on resolution 4471 for discussion? What's your preference, Commission? Okay. Motion by Friedman. Second by Stern. Okay. Bruce, do you want to add something to this discussion? Do you want to say something?
I would like to make a couple of comments, first of all. To remind the commissioners what's on the agenda tonight is a petition for annexation signed by James Seavers. This is not a land use decision tonight. So the actual item that you need to vote on is whether or not to annex this particular piece of property. And having said that, I would a couple other comments. Whether we annex a property or not, Mr. Severs, or whoever owns that property, can do whatever they want out there. Currently, there is no zoning in the county. There's no regulations. Until the city annexes the property, the Night Sky ordinance doesn't apply. Our zoning doesn't apply. Any other regulatory laws that we may have do not apply at this point. So the issue again is annexation of James Severs' property. It's not Love's Travel Plaza. It's not the use that may be made out there. I guess that's basis of my comments at this time.
Okay, commission discussion.
Yeah,
Commissioner Friedman.
yeah, there was no loves in our package here, but I think there's a misconception here, and hopefully we can straighten that out.
Can everyone hear Commissioner Friedman back there? Can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah. It is, as Mr. Becker just stated, we're trying to get control of that property, because if we don't have control of it, then we lose control of it, and the whole thing could happen anyway, but there's no zoning in the county. That's the primary thing that we're trying to do tonight. We're just trying to get control of that property. It came to us. The city has annexed several pieces of property where the county chose not to step in at all over the last several years. And we would have a lot better control if something happened out there than if we didn't get control of it. So I think that's kind of the underlying situation here. And I'm happy that they have a representative here for people to ask questions. But if we do nothing on this, and something did happen, we receive no taxes, no impact fees. We don't get the water and sewer for the customer to pick up. And that's the whole concept behind this, that all those costs would be picked up by the people that go out there. So I think we just kind of catch your breath here and determine what the first situation is, that we have to get control of the property. And this comes in a kind of a back way, so this is the problem. All I've been hearing about the last month or so is this Loves thing, but there's nothing in our agenda that talks about that, and we haven't talked about it. So we're talking about annexing a piece of property at this point. So if I understand it correctly, unless I'm missing something, but that's the primary thing. If we don't have control of it, then a lot of bad things can happen beyond that. So that's my comment at the moment. Thank you.
I'm sure to use the microphone because there's a lot of people and it's hard to hear in the back of the room. You're welcome.
All right, well, I'm highly encouraged that Mr. Van Dyke from the Loves company is here. Thank you very much for coming. And I do have some questions for Mr. Van Dyke, but I'll hold them off for just a moment. It is true that development out that way, it is inevitable. It doesn't necessarily need to be a truck stop, but there will be development out that way. And it's best to plan for it so that we get the change we want. Don't plan for it, just get the change that happens. The way I see it, so this has some good things for the city. It can bring people off the highway and into the rest of our town. If we do annex this property and they build out there, then the company themselves will pay for extension of the water and sewer line out that. So that can help spur growth out on the east end of town, which in itself could be an issue, but It helped, I mean, they would pay for the infrastructure, so that's always good. There are added jobs, there are added increased tax base. It's worth noting as a quick aside that this discussion is absolutely much more than just annexation. The decision we make today will feed into what happens over the long term. When we decide about annexation, that's annexation is with purpose, and whether or not there was Love's Truck Stop mentioned in the packet, the representative from the company is here today admitting that that's where they want to put their development, for good or ill. So this discussion is fully and entirely centered on the land use of that parcel. And to restrict this discussion to just annexation would be irresponsible in the extreme by this body. So there are some good advantages to having this company here, and I'm glad it's this company and not others, largely in part by Mr. Van Dyke's presence. I do have three concerns, and I'll address a little. So the three concerns are, the first is the process. There are certainly some questions about this process, and I've got a few notes that I want to discuss on that. The second is, what will this facility look like? I'm encouraged that Mr. Van Dyke said they'll work with the community. Will they work with us on the design guidelines? Will they work with us on some of the development out there? I'm certainly open to discussion with the Love's Company on that point. And then the third issue is the long-term effects. Let's take that one first. The long-term effects. They go out there and they pay for the water and the sewer line. That's great. They pay for it. We don't. But then that water and sewer line will create development pressures out that way, which could be good and it could be bad. That's what keeps me up at night. If it's bad, then we would end up with really ugly, we could end up with really ugly strip malls all the way out there. I know there are people out there who do want a Walmart, say, in town. I've certainly seen a number of towns recently where that whole strip would be covered with Walmarts. And that's not something that I personally want in Livingston. I don't think that preserves the character of our community. I'm not saying Walmart is bad, and Walmart could even go in that area, but if and when they do, and Walmart here is just a metaphor for any one of these large stores that naturally develop out that way. If and when they do go out there, we should ensure that we have some sort of planning mechanisms in place so that it preserves the character of the community. What do I mean by that? I mean that the growth is at the human scale. We don't have roads that are over-engineered for maximum transportation that you can't walk across. Largely, it's development at the human scale. One mechanism, planning tool we've been thinking about for managing that potential growth would be, for example, an extensive trail system out there, or the modern parlance of the linear parks. And the linear parks might break up the parcels into more human-sized plots that sort of control the development to preserve the character of the community. That's just one tool as an example. But I was encouraged with what Mr. Van Dyke said, that they would work with the community to provide resources. Maybe they could help us build that trail system. That would be super. Would they also put appropriate signage at their facility directing people to the downtown? Say, historic downtown this way. So let's go to the second point, which was the design. It's true that the pictures Bob sent out, thanks for that, Bob, and anybody who wants to afterwards, come look at the copy that Bob gave me. Bob gave out pictures of other truck stops, and indeed they do look like truck stops. They're not architecturally amazing buildings, but that's to be expected. They do want to put in, what did we say this morning, Jim, a 58-foot tall sign? More than 30. That sign in and of itself isn't bad. They do have to get people off the highway. Want it to be backlit. It will not be night sky friendly, but it will be way out there. So there are some design concerns, but they're not awful. And then there's the process. Before we touch upon the process, let's just talk real quick about, it's true the county has no zoning. So if we don't approve this annexation, they could just stay in that parcel. They could purchase that parcel and develop right there. But I don't think they want to do that. They would have to install all sorts of sewage and water facilities to provide sewer and water to the facility. They really do, I mean, they want to spend millions of dollars to build a water and sewer line. And so it must be, and they're not doing that out of altruism, they're doing that because it makes good business sense. So it would cost even more than that to develop in the county without getting services. So really what Bob said is true. That is a lever that we can use in the negotiations. Chances are, if we don't approve this annexation, they will not build right there because of the large cost of developing in the city when you don't have the water. If we do annex, but then don't zone it commercial, they could go build at the interchange on the way up to Clyde Park. That's fine. I don't see that as being good or bad. We'll have less of an impact, both good and bad, on the process. So the county was raising some objections, and I talked with members of the county commission and some of the county staff to try to understand what was their concern. There was legal concern, which Bruce replied to with an extensive memo, and then there was some, shall we say, cultural concerns. The legal concern comes from, let's see, Bruce, I chatted with Bruce and Ed and Jim, city manager, the city attorney, and the city planner this morning. And Bruce was saying that they were trying to apply Part 47, and that doesn't apply where Part 46, and that certainly seems quite reasonable. But 4610 was one of the laws that was changed in 2011, and 4610 is the jurisdiction under which we're acting here. And specifically, the county memo references the changes to 7-2-4610, the changes to that law made in 2011. Bruce, do we know what those changes were?
It put into place that we had to annex under the petition statute, we have to consider the section of 7-2-4732.
7-2-4732.
Right.
What page is that? You guys have the same books.
This is the Montana code.
Huh?
Page 78.
Yeah.
What section do you want to know?
And so,
It's in my memo that I.
so this is for the plan for extension of services, and says that you have to at least consult with the county before you consult with the county and have a plan to extend services before you annex. And of course, the reason for doing that is, in the best of cases, is a good reason. It's that so that we can coordinate with the county and make sure that everything's done in the right manner, and that we've dotted our I's and crossed the T's and make sure that the water lines can be hooked up where they need to be. I think when we're dealing with issues like this, it's good for the county and the city to plan together, to have open lines of communication, to understand what each other are doing. I often talk with the county commissioners for just that reason. I try to tell them what, at least as an individual commissioner, my priorities are. I enjoy hearing what they have to say because I think it's very useful as we go forward in the planning process. In the annexation policy, it talks about the reason to have the policy that the city and the county will be able to promote infill and avoid sprawl and strip commercial development. This is in the annexation policy where this is a consideration that we should deal with. One of the, I would say, the primary complaint from the county is that they weren't, they weren't consulted at all. We're not asking them for permission, but who's the acting city manager? Did we go talk to the county and tell them we were doing this and ask what sort of provisions needed to happen? I know you guys worked out a fire sharing agreement, fire service sharing agreement.
Bruce, can you answer that for Adam, please?
I guess, have we sat down in a county commission meeting? I'm not aware of that, no.
Or in formal meeting? Has the city planner talked with the county planner?
If that's Jim, that I don't know.
So, in the paper, it quoted, so the 2001, the county, I'm gonna get this wrong. In 2001, the city sued the county because the county wanted to zone it commercial so they could put the truck stop in. Is that right?
No.
What was the lawsuit in 2001?
Lawsuit was the fact that they were doing zoning without having a growth policy in place. That was illegal.
So it was quoted, and this is what I had mentioned this morning. In the paper, this is what they quoted, that Bruce wrote when the city sued the county to prevent that zoning. Commercial development on the above described property will have an adverse impact on the economic health of the jurisdictional area by allowing the development of businesses away from the planned business areas. Eroding the commercial areas by encouraging development contrary to the plan, cause a reduction in tax base adversely impacting the infrastructure. Becker wrote at the time. So that raises the question, what has changed since 2001 that would make these comments not valid at this time?
Again, the primary focus of that lawsuit was the fact they were zoning without doing a growth policy. Growth policy would take into consideration the items you just referenced. And they did not have one. And here we're 11 years after that, and they still do not have zoning. 12 years, whatever the time period is. Because it's something that should be included in the growth policy. And they did not have a growth policy. And therefore you cannot do zoning. That was the purpose of the lawsuit. And as a result of that lawsuit, we did in fact allow the county to maintain a commercial zone on the one parcel because the city felt at the time that the county may have created a liability to themselves or an expectancy on that private property owner to have his property commercial. And if they were to take that away from them at that time, then that developer may have had a lawsuit against the county. And so we said, okay, we'll leave that parcel commercial, but the rest of it, you have to go back to ag and go through the process.
So that was working with the county to help the county. But
We had to file a lawsuit to get there, yes.
And at that time, that property was identified as a potential commercial location. But you just said, but because you said it was maintained.
Because they had passed a zoning regulation zoning that property commercial before the lawsuit was filed.
That's actually somewhat encouraging because this is previously identified as the location for this. Okay, so those are my concerns, and I have a few questions for Mr. Van Dyke if he has the patience at the time. Is Kim Van Dyke in the audience?
Commissioner Stern, if I may, just so I'm clear as well, is it okay if I ask a question here? All right. From what I hear, the issue with the actual property is that in the past, the lawsuit was brought because the zoning was done illegally. And today, the annexation question is mainly revolves around a private property owner requesting annexation, which is a totally different issue. Is that correct?
This should not be a land use decision because when you do land use matters, first of all, you have to have jurisdiction, which we do not have because we have not annexed a property. And then there's a set statutory requirements to ensure due process. fundamental fairness, that kind of concept. And until we annex it,
We have no
we have no jurisdiction. And Mr. Severs is not building a Love's Travel Plaza. He could put a pig farm in out there because there's no zoning in the county. If it's annexed to the city, he can't do that.
After annexation, then it would go to the planning board for a recommendation of the zone.
Correct. And I would, there's a process you go through which ensures due process and so on. And I think Jim could talk to that if you want to.
Mr. Van Dyke, thank you for coming out tonight. Appreciate it.
Van Dyke, Lowe's Travel Stops.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. All the way from Utah.
I drove up, didn't fly in, 6.5 hours.
Thank you for the visit.
You bet.
And like I said, I'm highly encouraged that you came out, and I'm highly encouraged that you said you want to be part of the community. And I mean, if the truck stop is going to go out there and you're true to your word and what you say is truthful, then we want it to be you. So with respect to like this, just talk about a few small things real quick. Would it be possible and to put out a sign that says we're downtown? Have you seen that one? Can you talk to us a little bit about the sorts of, I know you have your own building designs and you want them to look your own way, and that's totally natural and understandable. You guys have your business identity and your brand identity to promote. But to what extent can you modify that to try to fit in with, the architectural designs and all of living standards?
We've got some latitude on design, and we've discussed that already. And I cover all the states from West Texas plus the Dakotas all the way west California. And we have, I don't know what photos were given to you, but out of 320, I would say the majority of them are typical Love's look. But they also have evolved over the years from a simple stucco to rock, stucco, brick, rock, the modern looks. We've got a New England cottage style in the New England states that you can pull up on their website. If you pull up, I believe it's not my area. We have tried to modify to locales to some degree. Couldn't promise that we're going to put up a log cabin. It's not going to quite look right for us, but we're open to a different look for this location. I don't know what you guys have in mind, whether it's probably was.
But the grizzly bear out front.
We definitely, would like to work with you on some modifications that would make the community proud of that building.
How much latitude is there in there? How much latitude does the company have with respect to this fund?
A little, but we need more than what the standard sign code is of today, or I wouldn't have already discussed that with them. But we look at a lot of different things, and the signage becomes kind of an important piece when we've got a competitor that's got a 90-foot sign in town. And our competitors throughout Montana have very large signs. If you stop at our competitors, you will not see a small 15, 30-foot sign. So a lot of that's not even competition, but it's safety factors. We're drawing, the majority of our business comes off the interstate, traveling 75, 80 miles an hour, and you've got trucks that are part of our direct bill, and this is another point that was that I omitted, is we've got a very large direct bill program with the truckers. So we'll kind of focus a little bit on the trucks for a second, that they need time to move over. So they see us, they see the sign, they need time to safely move over to get in the proper lane, to get ready to slow down, to turn in. So there's a lot of reasons that we have a large sign, and that's the biggest one, is safety factors. But the direct bill of these trucking companies, they're not stopping here today, and they would not go into town, but once we are, they're required, the majority of them that are on our direct bill program, that's what pulls them in, because their companies want them to stop at the Loves. And we've got a big gap here from Fargo to Post Falls. And that's a gap that's important to us to try to fill. And once that happens, then you start getting drivers that may want to stop for the night, the hotel, eat here, other than just what we have, because we will probably only have one restaurant concept. They like variety anyway. So you start pulling those people off. You also have a lot of RVers. If you look up Good Sam's and all the rest of them, they like the convenience of what we provide. It's easier for them to get in, get fueled, but also it becomes, now they are into your location. And this isn't a bad stop for, I heard the fishing's pretty good around here. So, you know, that's what they do. That's where they come to these areas to go fishing in, probably number one, number two fishing area in the United States. So Yellowstone, pretty well-known resort up there too, that I think this is a gateway to get on this side to Yellowstone. So there's, I think there's some great benefits. I'm real estate development for the West.
As you heard, to some extent, the process has been an issue both for at least this commissioner and members of the community for a number of different reasons. And I know that the county would like to take a little bit of time to discuss with the city officials just what the plan is so that everybody's on board. Nobody's asking permission. It's not, but it's useful for, Livingston is the largest city in Park County. Everything we do affects them. We are in Park County. Everything they do affects us. So it really behooves the city and the county work together in things like this, that the decisions we make potentially can affect the community for a long time in the future. That brings me to my last question. What's your time frame? Certainly, if you want to be a good partner with the community and you understand the people, you understand maybe that our need to take, say, 2 weeks, one more meeting to go through this process. And that leads me to the question of your time frame. What's your time frame? Does this have to be done today or tomorrow? Can it be done in 2 days, 2 weeks and 1 day?
Well, I would say, again, on my end, the job that I have, I get paid to find sites for Loves. So in that respect, I'm always pushing to get them done because that's what I'm paid to do. Just as everyone else, they get paid to do their job. But that doesn't mean that we are going to shove ourselves down this community by any means. One other reason that we really can't is you can't, I think weather-wise, you can't build in the winter. So as it stands right now, we would not be able to do anything this summer. We would already have had it been done. I'm just guessing. So we do, yeah.
Do you think there would be potential assistance for building that linear park system? Maybe not the whole thing, but parts of it out there on that side of town?
Well, a lot of issues that we face, number one, that you need to be aware of is we're under a contractual agreement. We don't own the land, number one, yet. So I've got to help make the decision for Greg and Tom Love to say we want to buy this property by a certain date, which we're rapidly approaching that date. And if that happens, then we would have 40 acres of that end of town that we control. So I don't know how that park.
Well, I was thinking more in terms of small grants on the order. It doesn't take much to do trails, $10,000, and every now and then to make the trail system would go from the KPRK bridge out.
Again, I'm not real comfortable with all the bridges and the different stuff. I'd be glad to stay over tomorrow for part of the morning before I have to get to some other meetings for some other sites in Wyoming and different areas. But you could walk me around and show me all that you would like us to consider, and I'll be glad to present it to them. But I can't commit to anything other than it's a great company, and I could give you within a week or so a lot of examples of different stuff that we've done for building parks, like in Anthony, Texas. Happened to have been one of mine. They needed a park, and we provided it. So you just need to get those together for me we could see what you're wanting, and I'll be glad to push them up the ladder.
I was going to ask for an example before I ask. Just out of curiosity, you don't happen to remember in rough terms what the dollar value of the contribution that park in Texas was?
I'm guessing, I think that park thing was 10,000 plus.
So at this point, thank you for coming to talk to us. I'm highly encouraged by that. My tendency at this point would be to vote for this annexation, but I would like to push it off for one meeting, which is 2 weeks. The next one is in 2 weeks, third Tuesday, just to give the community time to absorb it, to get the discussions between the city and the county, and if that's the way we go and it moves back here in 2 weeks, I will vote for it. Really, my only existing concern at the moment is the process by which this was introduced to both this commission and the community. But I'm really encouraged with what you say, and if we do go forward with this, what's the best way to get in touch with the Loves Company to talk about the sign to get people to go to downtown or help with?
I'm the guy. It needs to go through me. Doesn't have to. You could bypass me and call directly to Greg or Tom Love. They're going to refer you back to me. It's my job, my responsibility to be here. That's why I'm here. That's why I drove that far and that long to make it, because I had other meetings, so I couldn't even catch the plane to get here, so I drove. But I need to be here. I'll make the time for you. Personally, you could take me around, show me all the different things. We could get together, find it out, get the cost elements, all that package together, and then I could present it to the Loves. Either personally, I go next week. Let's get it together this weekend, and I'll present it to them next week. If you want to do it that quickly, but however, whatever we need to do, I will do my best to accommodate and make myself available to get that done as quickly as possible. But I just need the information of what you want for I could give to them, and they will promptly tell you what they can do.
The way that would work is, as we go forward, the city manager would take direction from the commission. That's all I have. Yes,
One
sir.
quick little comment on you mentioned some of these costs, and our engineer could probably expound upon it a little bit better than I can, but in most typical situations that we do build a on-site sewer, water well and stuff is less expensive than the cost, which is substantial of what we're doing. But it does allow in the future many other businesses, if you allow them to come in, or those that are already out there that are not on this city system, it allows them the ability to tap in there, which most people do prefer that to be on a city system. But some of those on-sites can be less expensive than the distance that we're having to bring that utility. So we would rather, in all cases, Greg's preference is always to be on city facilities if at all possible. But we have many sites that are on package plants, and we have our own well. Okay, you bet. Any other questions while I'm up here from any other commissioners?
All right, Commissioner Hoagland. Why don't you just hold on for just a moment?
I have a lot to say, but I'm going to try because a lot was said by Adam and questions that I had as well. But I am a little bit concerned about the signage request and the fact that before a design has been even planned or anything accepted, the planning board hasn't reviewed it, that we're already asking for something that we haven't really even looked at options for. I think we want to be careful with that. Our night sky ordinance, we planned as a community for a reason. And so, like at one point you said, you know, for competitors, you have to, you know, compete, obviously. But it's out there pretty far. Your only competition is going to be someone's, you know, ranch, like, you know, it's away from the community in that way. And I also sympathize with the fact that for safety, they have to see it. But there's many other options that we could. We have billboards in our state, if you haven't noticed. And we have a lot of them. And those are sometimes effective for that process as well. So I just want us to be careful in that place because it seems a little forward thinking when it, or before the thought should be thought about in so many words. As far as what Adam's saying with the county, I think that's my biggest concern is that the county's resistance to this and their kind of up in arms thing is something we need to value and work together. What Adam's saying, putting this off for a couple more weeks. And the county and the city can discuss. I also want us to make sure that our policies and ordinances, and this is from my community members that spoke and had a lot of great things to say, and I want to make sure our ordinances, policies are going to address these concerns and that what we have and how we deal with things that come into our community, such as, you know, potentially an awesome business. We don't know, you know, but like a lot of people said, let's go slowly. Let's make sure we know exactly what we're getting, the potential, the positive potential or the negatives. And I think it's something we need to do as a community all the time. And I do worry that this is rushed a little bit. And then our community won't have their concerns addressed and then we're stuck. But I also want to see businesses grow in this community. So that's my thing is I want to see us deal with it east end of town. We have to. And like Adam said, Melanie, you said it as well, that it's coming and we need to deal with it. And by having control as a city, I think it's to our advantage. But we need to also work with the county to make sure that we're all on board. Because we're really trying to work as a county city more than ever, and we want to make sure that relationship continues. I like also you had a lot of concepts that would help a community, things you give back. I'm a big believer in that. I believe strongly in it's our role to give back. You know, it sounds good, but I'd like to see it as well, and I'd have to research that. So I appreciate that you guys are thoughtful of the importance of that, but I'd also like to see it and how it's done. I think I'm.
You yield?
Thank you. I yield.
You're very welcome. All right. So I'm encouraged by the community public discussion tonight. I really appreciate everyone and their comments tonight. I appreciate Mr. Van Dyke for coming out tonight. And what I would, we're going to take a break here because we still have a long meeting. Mr. Van Dyke, you have stated that you'd be willing to stay around and talk with people and the community and their concerns. When we take a break, why don't those who do have concerns and address them tonight take the time to talk with Mr. Van Dyke on the break, or even further if you like, because it looks like the tenor of the tenor of the commission looks like we're going to postpone this vote anyway. But we'll see. That's what it sounds like. So I'm encouraged by all the discussion. I thought everyone brought some really good insight, really good research, really good comments. Gave me personally as a commissioner a lot to think about tonight. I think the thing that is most impressed on my mind is that I agree that it feels like we're rushing this a little bit, and I'd like to take some more time to think about it. I'd like to take the time to make sure the community has time to absorb it and interact with the commission, the city, the county, and Loves, and ask them any questions that they need to. So you know, some of the concerns I've heard tonight, I'm not sure if I did as well. I went down to downtown and started talking with businesses, and to be perfectly honest, I only got one block, and I had to get back to work. But out of the, I'll say 15 businesses I talked to, I only ran into 2 that had any slight objection to this proposition. But this young lady here brought up her business here, which I didn't even think about before. You know, everyone says downtown, I think of, you know, the 3 blocks of downtown, and I go through each business, and I'm thinking, what kind of business would be affected by it? But I see that your business would be affected by it. Your community. Now, you're the Exxon? Oh, right up. Oh, okay, you're there. I see. Okay. Okay, I see where you are. So, you know, I think that I would like some time to really just think about all this, talk with other people. First of all, the property is not the city's. The property belongs to a private owner right at the moment. As Bruce said, they could build a chicken farm out there if they wanted to, because there's no zoning in the county. But the idea of annexing this into the city, where the city does have, you know, a policy, I think encouraging. Second of all, I'm encouraging by the idea that Loves can modify their architectural structure to now fit in more with the community of Livingston. I heard that concern many times. I know there's the concern also about how is it going to affect the businesses in Livingston. And I'm not quite sure if that has been thoroughly vetted and thoroughly answered. Personally, I lean to, with the exception of this lady here, that I don't see it affecting downtown businesses. And I've gone down and talked with them. But I would like to, I'm going to go downtown and keep talking with the businesses. Again, I mentioned I only went to 1 block, and a couple people voiced some minor concerns, but most people are going, it's not going to bother me a bit. But I'm going to go visit more of them. But I think I need to go visit more businesses in Livingston. But I think the important thing is that we're having this conversation. We need to continue it, and I would encourage anyone who has concerns to not be bashful. Mr. Van Dyke is here tonight and tomorrow. Please go talk with him. Talk about your concerns. Talk about your architectural concerns. Talk about your community concerns, because something's going to happen there. Whether you like it or not, or whether I like it or not, You know, I'd be happy with just an empty field, but that's just me. That's not going to happen. That belongs to a private individual, and they want to sell it. They've had that property for I don't know how many years and not been able to sell it. It's just a big rocky pile of river rocks out there and weeds. So it could be turned into something of value for the community. And I think that, you know, just go and talk. Let's have this conversation, but take advantage of Mr. Van Dyke while he's here and have a conversation with him. So,
Chair, before we adjourn, I feel compelled to make a couple comments.
Yes.
Due process of law. This is not a land use decision tonight. This is annexation.
Okay.
If Mr. Stearns wants to consider consultation with the county, it's got to be limited to transferring to police, fire, garbage, streets, and other utility services. We've already made discussions with fire. There is no garbage collection. There are no streets. There are no other public utilities out there. The only one remaining is police. And I'm not sure what issues there may be in respect to the police, because we are already responding to that area. We already provide mutual aid to that area for the fire department. If there was an issue out there, whether it's annexed or not, the police department would probably respond as backup to the sheriff's office. So, and again, I stress that if the county provides these services, then we have duty to consult with them. We have taken care of the fire. Garbage is inapplicable. There are no streets. There's no street maintenance out there. There's no other utility services. The only one that possibly hasn't been addressed is police. And again, I don't think that's an issue because it's a vacant piece of ground which requires virtually no law enforcement.
I think Mr. Mabey made a very good point when he brought up the fact about extra equipment. We need to check that out with fire. If they need extra type of equipment or services in order to service a building of that type for our insurance needs, I think that's a really good point. So that's another reason to have the discussion carry on.
That's a different issue. That's what the services the city provides to its customers. It's not part of annexation consideration. In my due process argument, while I know it's important that you feel that you need to discuss this matter with the community, again, there's a process for planning and zoning, and by going outside of a duly noticed meeting, certain people could raise a due process argument because decisions may be being made without the benefit of a public hearing. That's my caution.
Okay. Can you be more explicit? Just write it out so we know exactly what you mean by that.
Okay, I'll do that. Oh, you want me to say it now?
Yeah, say
okay.
it. Say it. Let's all know what we need to be aware of.
We do not have jurisdiction over this property at this time. The questions you're asking all seem to reflect on land use, what's going to happen out there. Okay. It's not the time and place for that because we have no jurisdiction, and they are not prepared to rebut or provide testimony on that issue. By going and talking to John Doe and James Smith and whoever downtown, they do not have the opportunity to talk to those people. It needs to be done in a forum here, following due notice and so on. So if you have land use issues, zoning, public hearing, notice opportunity to be heard, and by going downtown and talking to these people individually, you're creating a potential liability to the city. Mr. Stearns disagrees with me, but believe me, that's a possibility.
That's a good point. How many? Just a question here. Just a show of hands. How many people are downtown business owners here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9 people. And of those 9 people, probably half of you, 4.5 of you spoke. Where are the rest of the downtown businesses that are concerned? They didn't know about it. Okay? I mean, it was in the paper. Last night. So, so I would suspect that if this vote gets postponed till in 2 weeks, that we'd have this room full with downtown businesses who are concerned. Because I don't see them here tonight. I think that's an important thing to note. But anyway, Bruce, we do have a motion and we do have a second. And yes, Commissioner Stern.
To suggest that a city commissioner can't go talk with the constituents is preposterous. Now, so we make the decisions in the public. The people know why we're making the decisions. That's the spirit of these sunshine laws. And absolutely, without a doubt, the commissioners, the elected officials, can go discuss these issues with their constituents. The other element is the plan. This says you're supposed to have a plan with the county for the extension of services. I hear from the city, we don't need to have a plan, and that's the end. But have you consulted with the county? No. It looks to me like you feel like you don't need to have a plan because you haven't come up with any issues with the county. But you've done that without consulting from the county. The whole point of consulting with the county is, do they have any issues that we haven't thought about? Because if they do, then we want to know about it so we can all work together to resolve it. That's the whole point of consulting with the county. So I respectfully disagree with your legal opinion. But that being said,
Let me clarify my opinion.
Hold on, I guess.
Okay. You misunderstood my point. The point is, any land use decision must be made on testimony presented here, not what you hear downtown. That was my point. Not to mean that you can talk to your constituents, but with the understanding that the decision has to be based on what comes from the witnesses that are in this room after notice and public, all that sort of stuff.
Yes, know upon which information we're basing our decision. I agree with you there. Thank you.
That was my issue.
All right, we do have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion, or is there a subsequent motion?
Substitute.
Substitute motion? Commissioner Stern.
Very next commission on June 7th.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion? Do we need to, is this going to override that other motion?
Yes.
Is there a second on that motion? Okay. So there is a motion by Stern, second by Hoagland. Substitute motion to table this resolution until the next meeting on June 17th. Is that what it is? Do we need to do anything other than that for our?
This motion is not debatable.
Okay, so go right into vote. Okay, roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland, Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman,
Motion passes. So resolution 4471 will be readdressed at the next city commission meeting. We do have one, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a, what time is it there? Okay, we're going to re-adjourn at 9:05 according to that clock. All right, so take 9:05. Doesn't that say?
It's about 6 minutes too.
Oh, yeah.
There's a glare on it. I can see that.
Yeah. I was like, 20 minutes?
Gavel?
You can recess.
All right. Thank you, Bruce. So, Bruce, I want to clarify this. Sure. Obviously, I think it's obvious I can go talk to my constituents downtown, but your concern is that we only rely on testimony in a public hearing. Right. That's your concern. Okay, got it. Just want to clarify that.
You make your decision based on something
I've
happens
heard out
outside, violations of due process.
Okay, no, that's a good point.
Well,
And if you can't make this
Right.
separation, then you shouldn't be talking downtown.
yeah, and we're not perfect, but you know, it takes some work. It's easy for you, but no, Bruce, I think something I realized in the project that Colin was because you know, wanted to do, you know, is that
If we reduce it down to nuts and bolts, Mr. Seaver's over, this petition is, the county has no standards, they have no zoning. I might really have 12 calls. I don't have to. I don't mind consulting with them on this, but I don't give away the farm. Because the section law that we're sitting under, except for that amendment, does not require that. And if you look at what you guys talk about, police, fire, garbage, streets and utilities, they do not provide utilities, they can provide fire protection. We've worked out fire. Police, I don't think it's a non-issue to me because what's out there is a bunch of gophers. Yeah, it's not used in zoning. It's public, but what do you property values have? That are net attractive gateway recommended. Each disposable today. Now, I mean, I'd wait until your item's called up and then give it before you. But I didn't want to go.
Well, we
Not what we're talking about.
That's a part of what, part about what we're all about. All right, we're going to re-adjourn the meeting here. We actually did it on time. We're back here on time. I'm just looking through the agenda here. I know that I've been accosted by a number of people wanting to know when we're going to get to the bike park issue, because you guys are at the very end of the agenda. But we have the ability to change that. But let me look through this here real quick. Yeah, but I don't think we need to. We can do that further on. I'm just looking at the other things here. Where's our city attorney? How long is the easement issue going to take? Where's Bruce? It's action item C. The easement issue, action item C. Okay, we need our city attorney. Bob is. Oh, did you get him? Oh, thank you very much. You're late. Okay. Yeah. Are we sans screen tonight?
Yeah, we don't have screen.
We don't have screen.
The projector won't work.
Okay, we're reconvening here. 9:07. Okay, thank you, Bruce. What I'd like to do is, most people are here for a couple action items. So what I would like to do at this point would be to ask the commission to adjust the schedule here. And if we could, we're at number 9 on our agenda for ordinances. If we could move action items C and D above before the ordinance, then we could get most of these people home and they could be happy.
No problems with that. There are no objections from the other commissioners.
We need a motion, right, Bruce?
No, I think under our ordinance, remember, right, you have the authority to adjust it with their permission.
Okay. Ralph, you good? Okay. So most people are here for the bike park, but there is a few people here for the drainage easement. We think that should go pretty quickly. Bruce, do you have any comments on the drainage issue you want to go over with us? Now, there is some other paperwork that one of the gentlemen out here has to pass around to the commission. Is that correct?
I've been advised that they have the originals they would like to present to the city commission. And I told them they could do that when their item was called to order. If you've all read the memo on 173, I really have nothing to add to that. This is a design that came to the city with a drainage easement and a walking trail, and the city accepted it as such. I'm not sure why a drainage easement was even installed there, but it was, and we accepted it as such, so they need our permission to release the drainage easement and to move the walking trail to an alternate location. So that's the purpose of this meeting tonight, and I would turn it over to their representative, I guess, for further explanation. And
okay, great. Thank you very much. And then, again, just as a reminder, state your name and address for the record and sign on in.
Merlin Moss, 1402 East Lewis. Basically, we propose to have the drainage easement abandoned in the first section of the proposal, and the second section of the proposal have the public walking easement moved to the border of the to the west border of the proposed lot. And first, I'd like to address the drainage easement. As it says in the proposal, to the best of everyone's knowledge, it was created by First American Construction and was created because of one neighbor's complaints about, and I state, 4 feet of water after heavy rains. For 9 years now, we haven't seen any water collected in that area, or where the neighbors' concerns were. And looking at the property, the drainage easement, it actually physically doesn't seem to function as a drainage easement. I'm sure that there was some right or reason when it was proposed and platted. Is that the proper term? But there doesn't seem to be a drainage problem there. The basis of this proposal is because I'd like to purchase lot 24B. If you go to the third page of the proposal, you'll see the drainage easement outlined in pink and the walking easement outlined in yellow. And oh gosh, I'm sorry.
We don't have our screen working tonight. Oh. Walking?
You say the drainage is in pink and the walking easement is in yellow? Okay.
With the 20-foot drainage easement and the 20-foot walking easement, it doesn't leave sufficient room to have a building site. And so if the drainage easement was abolished and the walking easement was possibly moved or at least maybe replatted, we could possibly get a building site in there. And that's what I propose. I own the land on the west border. If you look below the orange highlighted section that says 20-foot wide public easement, the lot number is track A-1 COS 1805A. So I own all the property that's adjacent to the west border of this, and so I would be fine with having that walking easement moved over to my property so this lot could have a buildable site. And being so with current city setbacks and whatnot. But I think the main concern would be the abolishment of the drainage easement. That seems to be the catalyst for not being able to squeeze a building site in there.
So let me make sure I'm clear so everyone knows. Drainage easement, walking easement,
Yes.
your property here.
That's correct.
And you're buying this property.
I would like to, yes.
And so you want to abandon this
Right.
and move this over to your property.
Correct. Two separate proposals, though. I'd like to see both of them happen. I understand moving the walking easement could be somewhat difficult, but I think abolishing the drainage easement would probably be sufficient for right now, unless we could do both. Barely. Very close. I'd like to see both happen, but I'm not sure how complicated having a walking easement, adjusted or moved or replatted. I'm not sure how complicated that would be. So.
Bruce or Jim, do you have any comments on this at all? New walking easement put over on the other property? Okay. In a resurvey at the owner's expense, correct? Okay. Bruce, do you have any other thoughts on this?
My only comment would be, does the person who objected to wanted the drainage easement, are they still, what's their position?
I spoke to them and they haven't. They haven't showed any concern. So it's kind of a gray area. I'm not sure if that person is concerned with it or not. I can't speak for them, but I did make them aware of it.
Neither County Parks and Trails Committee, do they have a concern about this?
Parks and Trails is more worried about comprehensive plan.
This is planned to tie into another trailer. That was my comment, I guess.
Just to be clear, there is no existing or advertised trail right now. It's just an easement. I personally would like to see a trail there. I feel like that would increase my property value. But that's irrelevant to this. But what I'm saying is I think a lot of people don't even realize that there's an easement there. Although, I would certainly take it very seriously if it was moved and allow for the, proper setbacks and if there was a roadway or whatnot, certain drainage, just comply with city laws. So.
Yeah, certainly. So, if there's no objection from the city attorney or the planning department, then no objection from you? You don't see any problem? Okay. Parks and Trails would just make a noted adjustment. And, yeah, Mr. Stern.
Along the lines, are there any objections? Is there any recommendation from the administration on this, or is there no?
I'm not aware of any objections. No issues.
Then with that, I'm totally comfortable making a motion that we approve action item C.
Okay, so there is a motion from Commissioner Stern. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Friedman. Further discussion? Commissioner Hoagland?
Do we need to have it surveyed before we approve this, Jim? Anyone?
We need it surveyed. I think they need our authorization to release. The easement is in our favor, so we need to be in a position to authorize the city to sign off on the abandonment of the drainage easement or moving the trail easement. So, yeah, we need to vote on it and then bring back a survey.
And then we'll approve. Okay, I want to make sure we don't step ahead.
Question. Okay, any other commission discussion? Roll call.
Chairman Bennett?
Yes?
Commissioner Hoagland?
Yes.
Commissioner Stern?
Four.
Commissioner Friedman?
Four.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Well, you'll coordinate with the city to get a new survey and we're moving that walking trail, right? All right. Thank you very much. All right, action item D. Discuss, approve, deny use of city property for location of a proposed bike park. We have a number of pages in our packet, starting on page 176. Is there, Commission, what's your preference? Do you want to listen to public comment first? Yes. Okay. Be sure to state your name and addresses for the record and sign in.
Lisa Patrick, 29 Haven Meadow Loop, Livingston.
Doug Adicott, 86 Wineglass Road.
James Mayo, 524 South 10th Street.
Hi. Good evening, everybody. I appreciate everybody being here. Can you hear me? Am I? Okay.
Yes.
The proposed Livingston Bicycle Park is a project for the benefit of our entire community. Almost every household in Livingston has a bicycle in it, if not multiple bikes. It's an activity that nearly every single child in America has access and the ability to do. That can't be said of all sports. There is even a newly developed bicycle kitchen in our community that will provide a bike to any kid that needs one free of charge. It's a low or no cost, healthy activity that gets kids outside and doesn't require parents to drive their children to. At the same time, the whole family is able to participate together if they want, since bicycles are truly a lifetime activity accessible to all ages. This is an activity that can be done by an individual or as a group. The impression we were left with by this commission after our first presentation was a favorable one. At the end of that meeting, we were tasked by this commission to gather more information, and we have done so. One of the things we were asked by the commission was to meet with the neighbors to hear their concerns and suggestions. We flagged the areas so the neighborhood could see how far away from the property boundary and how much land would be affected. At the conclusion of the neighborhood meeting, we gave our contact information to answer any further questions and get feedback. Aside from that neighborhood meeting, we conducted an additional information session at the Elks Club, set up an information booth at the Civic Center during Bike Fest, gave a presentation on our proposal at the Livingston Bike Club meeting. All for the purpose of providing information as well as hearing suggestions and addressing concerns. I believe we have been open and transparent. We have made ourselves available for questions and suggestions by the commissioners, the neighbors, and the entire community. The majority of concerns raised fall into three main categories: public safety, the possibility of alternate locations, and garbage and weeds. Regarding public safety, I met with Chief Rainey as well as Livingston Fire Department to address public safety concerns that have been brought up. I would recommend any safety concerns or questions by the commissions be addressed by Chief Rainey. Regarding alternate locations, our board has researched every alternate location suggested by the commission or anyone else. We have included this analysis of these locations in our commission packet. And finally, regarding garbage and weeds, our construction plan includes the cleanup of existing garbage that has built up on the proposed site, and our operational budget includes cleanup as well as the mitigation of noxious weeds. And I'd like to pass the microphone to Doug Adicott to talk about the locations, I believe, that was in your packets.
Good evening. I have some additional documents that I'd like to provide to you in regard to the locations. You've already seen a individual page. This is more of a summary, so it's much easier to get a overall look at all the locations. I would be happy to provide this to anyone in the audience as well, so you can follow along.
How many copies you got?
Thank you very much.
Plenty of copies. Okay. Let's give one to John Reddington.
So, many of the opponents to the proposed location when we met on site indicated that they were in support of a bike park, but not in this location. And they felt that we were had not shown due diligence in providing them any documentation. And so this document here is intended to do that, so people can see that we have looked at alternate locations. We have provided a list of criteria, and we have rated them. And so the system that we have, we came up with 12 different criteria, which I can go through real quick. Ease of access, safety of access, which would be for cyclists getting there, things of that nature. A minimum of 2 access points, which is also a safety consideration. And then access of emergency services. A minimum of 5 acres of space. A slope less than 2%, so we're not creating hazardous riding conditions, or erosion issues are more easily controlled. Proximity to established trails within the city. That the property would be city-owned, currently underutilized city property, essentially, whether it is going to be available, appropriate and available for proposed use as indicated by the City of Livingston Parks and Rec. Minimum impact to local wildlife and ecosystems, and minimum of 4 parking spaces could be accommodated or developed with the possibility. On the left-hand side, you'll see there are 12 locations that we've evaluated here. We have also started some discussions with the county, but I don't have a document to provide at this time on that. Looking at this, the coding, it's a rating system from 0 as an unsuitable. 1 is not ideal, but may be able to work with, and 2 meets or exceeds the criteria. Everything is color-coded, so it's very easy to see. So anything with a 0 is, with some red on it, is from our due diligence, is not suitable for development. And out of all the locations that we came up with and what we got from our meetings with the community, the only location that we have on this list that is a current possibility under these criteria is the Northern Lights subdivision. And out of that possible score of 24, it's a 23, which is a very strong possibility. So that's essentially what we have done to provide this documentation. If there are any other additional locations that the council or the community knows of that we could investigate, we would be happy to, but at this time, Northern Lights is the primary agenda for us.
Great analysis. We're pretty thorough on that. Thank you very much. went above and beyond the call of duty, I think, on this one. Does the, yes, Commissioner Vogler. Go ahead.
How did you come up with the numbers as far as what scale, what
Well,
did you refer to, talk to, things like that?
Some of these are subjective. Some of them are the minimum of 5 acres. That's a pretty cut and dry one. Many of them are, like I said, subjective. Ease of accessibility. That's more of a feel of what we think we can, someone on a bike, a young kid, can do. It's hard to quantify that. And so this is our best guess at how some of these things fit. We came up with a very simple rating system. Either it's ideal, it's not ideal, or it might be able to work. And if you look on there, the majority of it is, hey, this works or it doesn't work, and there's a few that are on the border. If you have specific questions about one of the criteria, I'd be happy to discuss that.
We also have almost 500 signatures on petitions in favor of the bike park in this location. Happy to share. And
so what we are requesting at this time is approval for the site, which would allow us to continue our efforts to create and improve our community and provide another means of recreation for our kids and families.
Is there any other commissioner questions or comment at this point? Okay. Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman, you want to wait to hear more feedback? Yes, Commissioner Stern.
One, you said the three types of concerns fell under, the concerns fell under 3 different categories. Safety was one. What were the other two? Public safety. Housing, location. Other, I know that you guys, in that big old picture where you show it all, how it fits into the park, but I didn't see that here in the packet, and I just want for my own purpose clarification. So the bike park folks submitted a bunch of information. It's got in the agenda packet. Here's this map, and just really quick, please point out to me this map right here. No, that would be basically, I have a better
So Adam,
in color.
there are 3 phases that we're talking about. So this is the 4 acres that we're hoping to utilize. The circle that you're pointing to there would incorporate the first phase, which would be the pump track. Okay. It would be just a series of very small mounds of dirt, just low angle rolling, some berm corners. And then the squiggly line that you see through there would be the trail or the flow track for the larger bikes settling with features like teeter-totter, ramps, jumps or gaps, and then for each one of the features there would also be an alternate route or boundary. So it would just be kind of a very narrow flowing trail that would kind of incorporate the landscape, maintaining the vegetation that's there, and also the aesthetics of the current lot.
So flow track would be
It would just flow with what's there. So not disturbing land, not digging excessively, no excavation. There would be some dirt product for pump track and the larger second thing being side track.
is there
The well kind of three, the pump track would be one, the larger BMX track would be another phase, and the flow track itself would be.
okay, so I'm not understanding on the map where the flow track is on the BMX.
Okay.
And it's not really, I mean.
There's not a
if
BMX
there's
track.
not a BMX track. I mean, people are like categorizing BMX track. It's actually, look at,
Lisa, will you just show us like all from right here? Can you show? Can you show all three or all four of us? Yeah. Okay.
That little, that was the design I brought. And then this bigger area was similar.
And which one is phase one? Would you say the point to and do the same thing for everybody? Sure, with it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Let me I can show them on that.
Okay. So phase one is basically right behind that. And it's just that the little and phase two would be the trail. It's a very narrow trail. Later on, would be larger pump track, but they're a little bit older and that.
Thank you for that. I was wondering. So just to clarify, phase one is only that small little pump track, that little small circle. Okay.
Slight clarification. So budget-wise, I think you have received a copy of a preliminary conceptual budget. It's phased out a little different than that, and that is because of certain things that would likely be donated from the hospital and things like that. We would probably have a general site work, which would kind of be a phase 0, where we come in and kind of prep some of these other areas with the necessary larger materials, which would also help us minimize impact to the overall location for the major construction. Yeah, it would likely be that way, and also dependent on fundraising.
But it's not that would immediately go in and have phase one, phase two,
Right.
Phase one.
Yeah. Correct.
Thank you for that. Well, Mr. Chair, I make a statement. Okay. You make a statement? All right, so I know there's a lot of people here that want to talk about it, this bike park, and thank you all for coming, and I want to hear what y'all have to say. I personally have had a lot of discussions with the bike park people. We've heard a lot and read a lot of the objections, and I've talked with a few people who object to it, and I feel like I'm fairly well acquainted with the objections, and I'm fairly well acquainted with the benefits of this bike park. And so to some extent, I've come to a decision on how I feel about this. And it's not that my decision is set in stone. I am open to discussing new ideas and new concepts, but insofar as the information is the same information that's already been presented, just saying it again won't necessarily change my mind. Personally, I think this is a good location for this facility. I think this facility is good for Livingston, and I like the location. I really like. Well, phase one, as just outlined by Lisa, is really small. It really leaves the rest of that land unadulterated. And I like the idea of working at a phased approach. No new information comes to light tonight. I would be comfortable approving phase one and only phase one. And let's see how it goes. If the neighbors' objections, if it turns out, that it's really not so good, then maybe we don't proceed any further. If it turns out that fears are unfounded, then maybe we can talk about going further. But phase one is not a very large facility. It doesn't take up a lot of space, and it is good for Livingston, and that neighborhood in particular has tons and tons of kids, and there's not a lot of dedicated parkland out that way. I'd like to ask the administration, Chief Rainey, real quick, are there any safety or what safety and or enforcement issues do you have with the proposed facility in that site?
I don't have any.
Snakes, the issue for snakes on this already exists for the trail out there. Yeah. So I know a lot of the neighbors came and talked before. Mr. Lewis was eloquent when he said he likes to bird watch out there. It's open, undeveloped land. The wildlife is out there, and that I think is a very valid concern. Undeveloped open space in communities is important. Parkland is important, as is undeveloped open space, specifically for things like wildlife and vegetation. Phase one, I don't think will adversely affect that undeveloped open space. And it's worth looking at this site in the long term. It's tucked in between the cemetery, the Northern Lights, and the Discovery Vista development. In time, when the Discovery Vista development is all developed, that's starting now, that little pocket will not remain undeveloped. It will not remain undeveloped forever. And when that Discovery Vista is filled in, if that was still undeveloped, that would become probably a more traditional park with grass and a playground. There is additional open space out that way. Obviously, when the Discovery Vista is all filled in, that will affect the open space. But as it stands now, I don't think that phase one will adversely affect the open space and the ability to do bird watching. That, in fact, was, I think, a very good point that you brought up, Mr. Lewis, about this. Safety issues have been addressed. I do understand that some neighbors don't want this recreational facility back there, and they don't want a bunch of kids running around in their backyard. But it's been my experience, I have a whole pile of children, it's been my experience that these sorts of facilities are a good thing for the neighborhood. And I think the overall benefit to the whole community outweighs the mild annoyance, if it's annoying to you, to have some kids running around back there. And it is quite a ways away from the residences that are adjacent to that area. So All right, well, so.
Actually, tell them how far it is.
So that's how I've broken down the issue so far. You've got additional information or a different perspective, I want to hear it. That's how I feel on this facility at the moment, that I'm comfortable moving forward with phase one, not phase two or phase three. I think phase one is small, and it will be a good benefit to the community, especially that particular neighborhood. With that, I'll yield the floor. I look forward to hearing what all of y'all have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you're relying on the excess dirt from the hospital? Oh, I thought you were getting.
It's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Oh, I see. Okay, because I just wondered how long that would be open, that window, if that were possible. Oh, okay. So that's not. You have another. Oh, okay. 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 All right.
Prior to starting construction.
I'm curious about the rattlesnakes. There's a woman made a comment about she's walking and there's rattlesnakes, which is more dangerous to me than somebody on a bike and a rattlesnake. So, but is this a real problem? Because we have Michelle Becker in this community who is a rattlesnake guru.
Biking. Typically when you're on a bike, you're moving fast enough. If you're going by a snake, you've either ran it over or gone past it before it knows you're there or you know it's there.
Do you think it would pay to get an opinion from a person in town who deals with snakes?
I think that would be a very valid thing. I'm just giving you my experience as a cyclist personally.
Possibly Chief Laney could enlighten us on any calls that have come. Judy would know if there's been reported rattlesnakes that she's had to deal with being in city land. She would have been called out, am I right about that, to attend to the snakes if there had been calls for that?
And I saw some pictures of Austin, Texas track, which is right in the middle of a major development, and it seemed to work out very well. So it was. Okay. All right. When you're out there looking at it, I don't have the concept how it all works. You got two gullies out there, primarily, and I don't know how all that comes together when you're looking at it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Stern, do we still have planned a trail that comes along the railroad tracks all the way out?
From
Fifth
Fifth Street to Sun?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's still
that's
okay.
one of the priorities.
Which would be a huge factor, in the future.
Yeah.
Of getting out, okay. It'd be a safe way to get up that way.
Mel's talking about a trail that's being planned and almost in development. That'll go on the north side of the tracks from Fifth Street out to the Star development, so that a safe way to travel on foot between here and there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's an important consideration. Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, so if we don't have any more questions for your group right at the moment, we need to hear from other community members as well, but really appreciate all the hard work you've done here. So hang around because we'll probably have some more questions and stuff, okay? All right, thank you very much. You're welcome. Okay, if there's any other comments or discussion on this issue of the bike park, go ahead and step on up. Go ahead and sign, state your name and address for the record and sign in.
My name is Mira Trafton. I live at 2308 Constellation Drive. There are several issues surrounding this matter that I don't think have been addressed yet. I'm a little disheartened that you both seem to be very positive towards this park. I'm just going to start off with saying that the walking trail that's there currently is being used, and it's used by everybody. And so the area that's been created with the walking trail along the wetland area is functioning for everyone and for the community, and more so now than ever before. We know this because our house is situated looking out directly onto this area, and I use the area quite a bit myself and walk and talk to other walkers and bikers and everybody. I like bikes. At one point, I owned 17. I consider myself a bicycle enthusiast. And I do believe that everyone in the community needs to pedal more, and I've always believed this. I do also believe that we're stewards of that land, all of us, not just myself, not just the people that walk there, the whole community. We are stewards of that land in such a way that it's a wetland area, and it needs to be protected as such. I think that the proper zoning, it's zoned public. There's a lot of confusion with all of us in researching this because in the hallway, it's listed as cemetery land, public. On some of our plats, on purchase of property, some of it is park, some of it is cemetery. And so there's been a lot of confusion as to exactly what the purpose of this zoning is established as. I do believe that it's zoned improperly. I believe that it should be zoned as a preservation district and preservation zoning due to the nature and the natural features that there are. The Fleischman Creek Drainage Cleanup Crew has done a lot of work in the city to clean up Fleischman Creek. What they don't realize is that it begins up in that field and in that wetland area. The wetlands protect the Yellowstone River, and it begins at the top and not at the bottom. And I don't think anybody has considered this in any such way. In consideration to wetlands, I did some research. There's a buffer zone that protects the wetland area, and it can be 100 feet, in some cases 200 feet. By creating these big dirt berms, and with the amount of wind that's there, it's going to blow a lot of dirt. The construction that's happened in that neighborhood has altered that wetland already. It's not what it used to be. They used to fish for trout in that drainage. I know that's never going to happen again, and that's why we need to stop and consider this zoning action first, and to protect that area and let it be. I have a couple other things here. I believe the verbiage on public zoning is intended to reserve land exclusively for public and semi-private uses in order to preserve and provide adequate land for a variety of community facilities which serve the public health, safety, and general welfare. I believe that this planned bike park violates this zoning regulation largely due to the snakes. Those of us that live there have all had encounters. I believe you'll hear from my neighbor Linda. The city has had to exterminate a 4-foot snake from her driveway. The idea that James Mayo put forth that when you create this kind of a park that the snakes go further away, I believe is incorrect, because it's a known behavior with rattlesnakes that they bask. And all of those dirt berms that have been created up there when they moved all of the soil for the soccer fields created actually more of a hazard. And the snakes come and warm themselves. And I believe by creating these big dirt berms that we're only going to see an increased problem. You'll also hear from other neighbors that have had problems with their dogs and with the snakes. Title II of the American Disabilities Act requires the city to have handicapped accessible bathrooms. Porta potties are a Band-Aid fix for a lack of funding. During construction this spring, all of the porta potties that were put out for the construction workers blew over, and we had a lot of mess up in that neighborhood. Not only do I not want to look out my window at the porta potties, but I believe it's a violation of federal law. I really would like an environmental impact statement to be done on this area. I think that going forth with this in this wetland area is compromising something that none of us have thought about and none of us realize, that we have a treasure up there. You're going to hear from some other people, not only from the neighborhood, but from outside the neighborhood, that walk on that trail and use it and like it because it is exquisite and it's a place to walk with wetlands. And I could name off all of the animals that I see, but I don't want to keep you anymore because I'm already keeping you too long. The parking is an additional problem. They have proposed a parking lot. Well, that means to me that the accessibility already is a problem. Why do you need a parking lot if you say you can easily bike from town? I bike uphill sometimes into the wind to get home. It's not easy, and I'm in all right shape. To expect small children to do that is, I think, irresponsible. Not that I'm anti-bike park. I think a location closer to town would be better. Perhaps Mr. the Loves guy, Mr. Van Dyke? There we go. 2 birds with 1 stone tonight. If that gets approved and they're willing to fund a project like this, it would be in a location closer to town, easier to access, easier to bike to, and not uphill and not encroaching on wetlands. I think that that would be a great solution to this problem because, like I say, I'm not anti-bicycle and I'm not anti-bike park, but I am pro-environment, and I think that the zoning in this area is has been misconstrued. And as far as their garbage cleanup concerns, because we all are stewards, I'm continually walking and picking up garbage. It's not garbage from homeowners, it's garbage from everywhere, even from the interstate that blows in there. And it makes us feel in the wind, yeah. They've made us feel very irresponsible as homeowners, and like I say, we've been good stewards to that land, as has a lot of people that I see walking and picking up garbage that blows in. The other thing I just want to address quickly is that 2 of the members of this bike park do not live in the city, they live in the county. So I feel that it's more of an issue for those of us that live in the city to create and protect wildland areas. So that was a little disheartening. I didn't know that until they stated their addresses tonight. And I also know that the petition that was signed, and yes, they got 500 signatures, but I researched it, and I think you have to be of voting age to sign those petitions for them to be considered by you. And they were brought to the schools, and some of the students, young students, were coerced into signing those petitions. I encourage you to look through them. I have heard from a child in class, happens to be a neighbor, that was the case. I encourage you to look through those petitions and look through. There is no age requirement on any of them, but I think for a city issue and for voting matters, that I believe that you have to be 18 or older to sign these petitions. And so, you know, I think the way that they're going about this it's been very misleading from the beginning. And I guess that's all I have to say, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Karen McCann, 706 and 709 Northern Lights.
Karen? Did you say?
Karen.
Karen. Oh.
McCann, McCann. I think bikes are terrific. I think it's a horrible idea in that location. Mr. Stern said you had a passel of kids. May I ask how many? If one of them died, would you need the solace in your heart of a quiet place to walk near the cemetery, near the birds, someplace silent where you can take your dog and just commune with nature and talk to God and watch the beavers. I think if your kids need to bike and you have to drive them someplace that they can bike, there's something wrong. And if phase one is little tiny hills and it's only 2, 3, or 4-year-old kids, then who's going to help them with the snakes? It's near the cemetery. In the last 4 years, I've buried my parents, my best friend, and my son 15 months ago. I need that trail to walk every night with the dogs as the sun goes down. Walk by the cemetery. Everybody has somebody in that cemetery or knows someone who does. And I think this bike path activity in that location is inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen.
And I know from experience when you're really excited about doing something with your kids, 4 years later they're grown out of that and you're bored with it, and then whose kids and whose parents are going to take that over and be responsible for the upkeep? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay.
My name is Brenda DeBray, and I live at 2504 Constellation Drive in Livingston. We're the last house on Constellation Drive, so I see a lot. I see the vacant land. I see the proposed parking lot. I see a lot. First of all, honestly, I think the community needs to be re-educated as to what this bike park is. I've seen the petitions, and I too, I feel badly that, you know, there seems to be an adversarial thing going on here, because I think that most of us that are speaking to this right now are not opposed to the bike park idea. We're just opposed to the bike park idea where it's being proposed, and they've been very well organized, and this rating system I do think is quite subjective, mostly because they're looking for a very large space, and that particular space is the very large space, the one that they can find for the ambitious project that they're proposing. Now, a compromise might be finding something that's, you know, going to one of these spaces that's less large and does preserve what's out there. And that being said, I do think you need to educate the community a little bit. There have been a lot of signatures. I've spoken to people that have signed that petition, and most of them saw it as just, they didn't realize it was a BMX bike, you know, build the berms, make the BMX trails and hoops and jumps. They thought it was just simply going to be a paved bike trail as adjacent to the Bozeman Trail. And there were a lot of people that I talked to, or a number, that were somewhat deceived by that. And I do feel badly that the adversarial climate exists. And I think some of that exists because when this was initially proposed, it was stated publicly that if this particular bike park committee could not, you know, get the approval of the people in the Northern Lights subdivision, that they would, you know, do another location. And that just has not been the case. Instead, they're pushing real hard for that location regardless. And I do think that it's a space that's valuable as education and everything. I really do. There's a group that, you know, called the Wetland Warriors. They're 5th graders, and the Fleshman Creek Restoration people and people affiliated with that are educating these kids on. I've seen them out there. They're out there sharing the birds, sharing the irrigation ditch, you know, educating them on Fleshman Creek and that kind of thing. And that, I mean, if you talk to the teacher that does that, or the teachers that do that with the 5th graders and the Wetland Warriors themselves, I know they're very positive about that, and that would all change too. I think that's real serious. And the snake issue, I mean, that's being very much downplayed. You know, yes, you can say, it's been my experience, as that man put it, that when you're on a bike and you're moving, you're not going to be attacked, you know, by a snake. Well, it's not realistic to think that these kids are always going to be on their bike. You know, they're going to hop on their bike and off their bike, and the snakes are an issue. As I said the last time I was here, my son was on the Bozeman Trail with his friends, and he encountered a rattlesnake. He nearly stepped on one that was over, you know, kind of thing, calling me from, you know, on his phone from the Bozeman Trail and saying, "Mom, come out here. Can you see us?" And there were 4 of his high school age friends, you know, out there going, "We're scared," because they tried to run out of it. And they just went a few feet up the trail and encountered another snake. It was a half dead, somebody had evidently tried to kill it, rattlesnake, but it was still moving. So then they got really scared, and that's when a freshman in high school calls me nearly in tears and says, "Mom, can you come and get us?" Well, minus a parachute, I didn't know how that was going to happen, because as close as I could get to him in a vehicle to the Bozeman Trail was that crossbar that gets to the, I mean, if you're familiar with the Northern Lights subdivision, you go around our corner up there where the proposed parking lot is, and that's as close as I could really get to him in a vehicle. So that is an issue. As we're stating, there are rattlesnakes seen in backyards along our way nearly every year. And my husband and I encountered a rattlesnake up along Merriweather last summer, or the summer before, didn't we? Was that? And it was maybe the summer before. It was a rattlesnake, a big rattlesnake, that somebody had managed to kill. But it had been like, it looked like somebody took a hoe after it and flipped it off into toward the curb there. And it too was still moving. So that's very real danger. Then there is the irrigation ditch, as we spoke to before. Unless you're going to build a 12-foot, 15-foot, 20-foot fence all along that irrigation ditch, which you couldn't do if you were going to maintain the irrigation ditch, you really do. We've had the experience. We saw a little girl go up there, and she was playing on the rocks and that are out there, and she fell in to the irrigation. Had we not been there, and my son went out and I went out and helped her get up, she could have drowned in that irrigation ditch. And that's where, in a space where it wasn't deep. You get down a little further down the block, and it's 3 and 4 feet deep in the center. Now, kids are drawn to water. You know, you can say, well, they're not going to access that. Well, yes, they are. You know, they are. And I mean, kids, somebody's going to get over there, and somebody. So I do think that's a real liability. Now, who assumes that liability? I don't know. But I do think that there are. I think the reason that this park is being considered there is because they want a very expansive effort. I think it's in. And if they're not going to take the Northern Lights subdivision residents into consideration, which I very definitely think they should, this is, yes, there are people with children up there. The people with children up there, you are going to hear from. They don't want that park there. They want the quiet space. They want the wetlands. They want the trails. And I do think it's a contradiction, represents a contradiction of the Bozeman Trail, which too is an educational experience in a very historical situation. I've seen that being used and abused lately. I've seen quad runners out there. One day I looked out and saw a small car out on the Bozeman Trail. I was wondering how they got on and off the trail, but they were there, you know, a little ladybug or something. But I just think this is a really bad location for this. And I would ask, and the environmental impact, I would ask you to, at the very least, table this and get some more input, and that the bike park re-advertise this for what it really is going to be, and that's not just the quiet bike trails that a lot of signatures think it was. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Run out of space on the paper, flip it over.
Okay.
David Lewis, 710 Northern Lights. Adam, this is an environmental issue. By the way, I really appreciate your diligence in all these things, but I was when you said that area out there with the other subdivision, eventually it's going to be, you know, swing sets and things. You've got to go out and sit in that environment. This is a vibrant ecosystem. This is not a city park like you would. Now, I'm from back east. I'm not sure where you're from. You know, it took me a while. I've been out here for 28 years. Mel, I'm not sure where you're from either. But pardon me. My dad was born in Cleveland. But this is not that. Okay, this is a remnant that's within Livingston of the natural landscape that was always there. Now there's been some stuff done here in that. It has the natural grasses. You don't bring those back. Once they're gone, they're gone. You have fox in there, pelicans, deer. You've got more kinds of birds and wildlife than I could name, and the totality of it, when you walk out there, is something that you can't actually express in words, and you need to experience it, especially on spring mornings. I was out there this morning. There was a man there. He drove from a mile away. I stopped him on the trail because I wanted to ask him about this. Sorry, I don't call it a bike park. I call it a dirt track. I'm sorry, it's a dirt track, okay? It's not a motorized dirt track, but it's a dirt track for you know, BMX jumping and so forth. God bless him, it's probably a great sport for kids. I'm sure it's what I wanted to do when I was a kid. This man, I stopped him. I said, are you aware of the plan they have for this and all? He said, yeah. He was one of these Montana guys, doesn't talk a lot. The look on his face when we began talking about it and envisioning it, his face was just sinking and dropping. And all he said was, I wish they'd leave it as it is. I can't tell you how strongly I feel about this. I can't tell you how strongly my neighbors feel about this. If they're going to bring equipment in there, whatever it's a bulldozer, I don't know what they're going to bring in there. We're going to stand in front of it. We're not kidding around like la-di-da, and you're not taking it as an environmental issue. Today I spoke on the phone with Riley Neal, the executive director of the Park County Environmental Council. She knew very little about this. She was in Florida. She's out of state at the moment. She wanted to be at the meeting. She said she couldn't. She mentioned that she'd be sending some of her concerns to the chairman. She mentioned some of those concerns to me, having to do with the potential impacts on the Fleshman Creek drainage, having to do with the earth moving and the disruption, what that will do in terms of, you know, whenever you dig up earth, if you dig up a little patch of earth, you don't get the prairie grass back. You get back all the goofy weeds and things. It changes the whole deal. So when you start doing this, you're tampering with a whole integrated system there. Now I know this is part of the city, and therefore people who are part of the city might look at this like, you know, just some other little plot in the city. It is not. You've got to be out there. You've got to walk it some. I called Helena today because I wanted to see what the Department of Environmental Quality thought and so on and so forth. And you know, there might be regulatory issues, there might be not. There might be permits needed because it's a wetland, there might be not. That's not something they could determine at a distance, but it is an issue. And you know, those permits could probably later or eventually be acquired or so forth. I was talking to Bonnie Lovelace. She's one of the people up there that you're supposed to talk to. So we explained, he went through all the issues related to regulatory issues and so forth, and you know, the nuts and bolts of environmental issues that sound so, to me, bureaucratic and not very
appealing, but you need to deal with them. But then I said, but Bonnie, okay, you know, I live near there. I don't live right next to it like these other people. It's a short walk for me. I said, there's the intangibles. There's the intangibles. And these intangibles are going to go away, and we're going to take 4 acres out, and we're going to change a great deal the whole aspect of that. And these are things that they don't come back. Once you do it, it does not come back. And you know, if the Love Travel people or so Bonnie Lovelace said to me after we got out of the regulatory mode, she said, quote, build it somewhere else. This is a nature trail. This is one of the best resources we have in this town. A lot of people actually don't know about it, aren't that familiar with it. It's kind of hidden. And I was going to do a whole photo spread on it in my publication. When I first discovered it, I was out there taking photos on a spring morning. It was unbelievable. And then I thought, well, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm becoming an environmentalist. Maybe I don't want everybody from Bozeman and everybody flocking all over here, because this is a thing that this is a special deal. This is not just because people live there and they're concerned, oh, well, maybe my value of my property would be $10,000 less eventually or something. If this affects property values, it's because of its value. It's because it has value. And that inadvertently, that byproduct is God, look at that. Don't you want to be there? That's where you want to be. Well, then you're going to throw in a BMX track. You know, and by the way, with the signatures and things and all, you know, and God bless these people. I don't want to have any personal animosities to them at all. You know, their intentions, I'm sure, are very well. But I can't call this a bike park, and I don't like it being called a bike park. Maybe some aspects of it are a bike park, but I think it's a dirt track. And I read the petition at Chad's, and I saw people sign it. When you read that petition, that really doesn't portray the issues that are involved. And one of the things that Riley Neal said, the executive director of the Park County Environmental Council, was that this needs to be postponed. She needs to find out more about it. Other people need to find out more about it. Because right now it's just about, oh, let's put in this nice little bike park. Who wouldn't be for a bike park? I'd be for a bike park. But the environmental issue has been not addressed, and it needs to be addressed. And people, and you know, people in this town, in this area, put a high price on that and really value that. They need to be brought in on this. I also called Trout Headwaters, and they're very involved with riparian areas. And I didn't speak to Michael Sprague; he wasn't there. I spoke to Shannon Muscari. She didn't know about this either. She didn't know about it. The reason she didn't know about it is because it's being portrayed sort of, well, a nice little bike park on this kind of city plot. This is a serious environmental issue, and we need to look at it that way. This is one of the things you look back on later and you say, well, what was a legacy? Well, we destroyed that area. You know, it used to be something really precious. Remember, we used to go out there, how great it was, and the wildlife and everything we'd see there, we'd feel and experience, and that will be gone. And you know, we can do a bike thing other places. I don't believe that we've exhausted the possibilities for that. I believe that other places need to be considered. I believe that in a political sense, it needs to be stated for the bike park people that no, it's got to be here, because otherwise you're just going to say, well, then let's talk about something else. They need to have a vote and have you vote on it at this location. So it needs to be for them, this location. I don't think it needs to be for the community to be this location.
David, we have a lot of other people want to talk to you. Have any other points, specific points that are different? I don't want to cut you short, but I'm noticing the time and noticing the number of people that may want to say something.
Yeah, no, I'm finished. I'd just like to say that let's not make your legacy as commissioners one that is environmentally irresponsible.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ben Wagman, 2402 Constellation Drive. I'm not going to go through and repeat a lot of things that several people have right here before me, but a lot of them are true and a lot of them are very valid points. I'm born and raised here. I've lived here my entire life. I played out in that creek bottom where this is going when I was 7. And the changes I've seen in the community and in that area since then are huge. People don't realize it, but even the walking path. I live directly next to where this park is going to go, or where they propose it to go. Even with the walking path, just going getting cut in. I watched them take a dozer and a grader and cut that in. Before then, I mean, there was a herd of 30 whitetail in my backyard. I'm lucky if I see 2 or 3 now. There's still coveys of huns there, directly where the kid park is that they're proposing. They come and go. They're there all the time. The wetlands are very valid. I know this entire area, inside and out. I'm an outdoorsman. I mean, I love riding bikes. I grew up riding bikes. I have 2 older brothers, and I mean, that's all we did growing up. We were in the outdoors. We were riding bikes. We built ramps in our front yard to skateboard on, to ride bikes. There used to be a bike track behind the bowling alley. We lived on the corner of 7th and Lewis, and we would pedal our butts out there and illegally cross the railroad track. And that was a jaunt for us at that time. And I mean, there weren't, in my opinion, many kids that were hardcore enough to go out there and do that. Environmentally wise, absolutely. You look at the surrounding areas of Livingston, there's not any other drainages that have a wetlands location like that. Billman Creek is fully loaded with residential area. Willow Creek, non-existent. I don't know of another one. It's the only area like that. Discovery Vista, that is beyond Northern Lights subdivision, they are already dedicating that area as a conservation easement. That's what it's listed as on their sign up above. So I mean, it's not a playground. They already recognize that area as beautiful, pristine. Derek DeYoung, he's currently not here, but he's one of our local artists. He goes out there daily to take photographs of sunrises, sunsets that, I mean, really, they can't be matched. I mean, I go out in my backyard and I look at it. I love it. That's why I bought it. You know, I bought my lot for that location. Yes, it was listed that, you know, that's shown as cemetery ground when I bought it. But still, I knew that buying it, recognizing that the fact that, yes, the cemetery could grow in my mind. It was going to eventually get there. But fact of the matter is, this is where we're at right now. And there are major issues about it. The rattlesnakes is one that's huge. My grandmother, yes, she did have a 4-foot rattlesnake shot by Brad Hafe out of her driveway between hers and Linda Ford, my other neighbor. I've picked up a 4-foot bull snake out of my driveway. Last year, I mean, I can, stories go on and on. I've seen, I don't know how many dead rattlesnakes. I've talked to all the neighbors out there. I don't know how many have been killed, but it's been over 20 that I know of from my neighbors within a block of my house. It is a rattlesnake infested area. The city knows it. That's why they post signs. So they already know that it is a safety hazard. As far as Mira's comment, as far as the petition in the school, yes, that was my daughter. And somebody brought a petition into the school and told them that, yes, you know, there's a bike park sign for it. So please do check the names. Because, I mean, I do believe it should be adults that are deciding how our community is handled for our young kids. And yes, there is many young kids in Northern Lights. There's a reason for that. Because we like our nice, quiet location. We don't want a bunch of people coming out there, you know, to a parking area. That's why everybody built there. You know, I mean, it is our nice, quiet neighborhood. We don't have to worry about, because like I said, there's not going to be little kids riding their bikes out there. Parents will lose interest. They're not going to shuttle their kids back and forth. It's going to be a small group of people. And any of the younger kids, juveniles that do come out there, there will be issues. There already is issues. I sit on my back porch and I watch the issues. You know, there's the trail already isn't monitored. There are signs on the trail saying dogs must be leashed or a $150 fine. Well, I've watched dog fights on the trail. I watched the police respond to dog fights because of dog owners' arms getting ripped up. So there's already issues back there, and it's just going to get worse. That's my statement.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Hi again, Linda Ford, 2306 Constellation Drive. I won't belabor the points that have been made. To a certain extent, I'd like to kind of hit a little bit on the Fleshman Creek drainage. I grew up there, about 3 miles up the creek. And at that time, where I lived during runoff was a floodplain. So the creek has changed, the neighborhood has changed, but the wetland character has not. It still serves the same function. And I think that I agree with Mira concerning the zoning, because it's an area that needs to be protected. When you think about it, there are very, very few cities, communities that have a native habitat within their corporate limits. And it's something that a lot of cities are regretting that they don't now have, because it is such a great amenity. Now I just lost my train of thought.
It'll come
Had
back.
to wait too long.
It's okay. It'll come back.
I really do feel that district needs special protection. And from what I researched under the codes or the ordinances, you do have that provision. In looking at the zoning map, I couldn't see that you've taken that step ever. I could not see any special protection districts there. But I thought, at some point, someone in the past, in creating the zoning ordinance, recognized that it should be available. And I think that, to move forward, granting the right to put in a park of whatever sort would be a little bit too previous. I think these issues have come up. I think they need to be addressed, regardless whether I'm for or against it. Personally, I'm against it because it's not in the right place. It's just not in the right place. Now, several of the neighbors have mentioned wind. I'll give you an example. I have a flower bed on the corner of my house that I have not had a chance to mulch yet. Over the winter, I lost 4 inches of unprotected dirt. Think about this pristine area that has had its native covering stripped off. And where will that dirt go? It will blow into the creek, into the ditch, into people's houses, wherever. And we'll never get it back. And the plants the type of plants will not have the same success even if they revegetate the area. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
My name is John Green. I live on 307 South 10. I'm here representing the Livingston Bike Club. Is this the perfect spot for a track? Probably not. Is it the best one we have? Probably yes. Are there some problems? Yes. Can they be addressed? I think so. I think the concept of doing the small kids little pump track is very reasonable for a start. I think then you can see how it's going to work. If you don't do that, then you never will know how it's going to work. I also feel very badly for the people that have their emotions tied to this, because I understand that, and I'm not in any way slighting that. I'm very sorry for that, but I also feel very sorry for the kids in Livingston that need some place like that to do these things. And the talk about going out there to the Loves thing, well, that's quite a bit further. I just don't think there's an ideal place, but I think it's as good as we're going to get, and I think that it's worthy of your consideration. Thank you.
In the interest of time, could I see a show of hands of how many people still would like to say something tonight? Can you raise them higher, please, so I can count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. If 10 people take 5 minutes, that's going to be another hour. I know that's not the best math, I know. That'd be 11:30. So I'm wondering if, I don't like to cut people short. I like people to be able to, but it's getting pretty late. I don't know about anyone else. I'm tired. How about you guys? Doing good? You want to go to 11:30, 12? Okay. All right.
Good evening.
Hi.
Cynthia Huber. I live on 39 Rattlesnake Road. I do live outside of town, but I have children that live here in Livingston, and I have grandchildren that live here. I got here 5 years ago, and I sat on the board of directors for the CASA of Park County. Prior to coming here, I've got 25 years in working with children in need of services. This town needs a bike park, and you've got a lovely group of people willing to put the time, raise the money, and put this bike park together. I have to tell you, in the past, the bike parks that I've been associated with and seeing what they've done for community is extraordinary. So, I mean, I'm hearing for the first time the problems with this area, but as the gentleman from the Bike Association has said, it may not be ideal, but where is it going to go? Because the town needs one. It will pay in huge dividend to have a bike park for kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good evening, and almost tomorrow.
My name is Greg Javon. I live at 605 Nova Drive. And currently, I have more kids than Livingston Head Start, and I'm not joking. So Adam, take a step back because you don't have. I got a lot of kids. I'm not against or for it. I've talked to many of the commissioners about it. I will offer this: there is unique value in natural settings. As we continue to develop Livingston, I was born here in 1974, and I've watched the expansion and the trains come and go, and things change in our community. The one thing that could remain constant, and where I think that we are being a little short-sighted, is the devaluing of open space, and not open space that has been developed for a recreational purpose, but natural open space. As homes continue to move north and east and west from the center of Livingston, which I spent many summer days riding my bike down streets and crossing tracks like many people here, that natural open space becomes innately valuable. I work in a profession that does environmental assessment and talks and responds to many litigants on different issues that range from the size and shape of a type of fish to a boreal toad that may or may not exist to a bird that probably doesn't even live here, but God, it might someday. So we have to talk about it. I will tell you that there is innate impacts to natural systems when people increase their usage in areas. With the exception of reptiles, they do not migrate away because little kids show up on bikes and jump them off dirt hills. I promise you they don't do that. We get them in our neighborhood. I live in an older part of Northern Lights. I had one in my yard last year, and we had to scoop it off, and that's part of living in Montana. I will commend the group. You guys did an outstanding job, but I can probably go through this same list that they gave you and rate them very differently. They're all very subjective. I think there's other opportunities to look at areas that have had some type of an industrial impact. May not be ideal, but it isn't in a riparian area that does not recover in extremely granular soils that once you disturb those grasses, they do never come back. The gentleman over here that's going to block the bulldozers was very correct on that. It's a very incised river channel. It's got huge erosion issues. The wetlands offer a multiplicity of filtering mechanisms that I'm not a specialist enough to tell you what the benefits of those are to water quality or to clean air or any of those types of things. But I do believe it does warrant a little bit more looking into. So I wouldn't ask you to deny or approve. I would ask you to really look into what the impacts of your choices are. Because my kids, and I heard one of the reasons we need this park is because we got fat kids in Livingston. My kids aren't fat, and they ride their bikes all over town, and they're doing a great job, and they find ways to jump them off other dirt hills. So if you wouldn't mind, I would just ask you to take a little more consideration. Maybe let's do a statistical analysis that's actually environmentally based rather than a subjective analysis by people who have a preference, and maybe look outside of their group. Once again, that is not a personal attack. I think what they did, they answered my questions for their public meeting, why here, why now. But I don't think that we've put enough value on the environmental stuff. So thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry to have kept you. I'm going to go have a beer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Larry Riley. I live at 814 Pallades. And Northern Lights has a fairly high percentage of seniors too. It isn't all small families. And I do have grandkids. And when they visit and stuff, they don't go back in there by themselves. I'd be with them. I mean, I'm talking 9 on down. You don't turn kids loose back there with the snakes and anything else that happens. Dogs, we've heard all that. I'll let somebody else have this now. We've heard a lot of good speakers. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hand it over to Mel, and we'll pass it around. Thank you very much. Beer's going to have to wait.
Just kidding. That'd be a little less serious.
Leslie Seitz, 2502 Constellation Drive. And I'm passing around, there's been a lot of letters to the editor and declarations by the bike park group that it is not a BMX park. So I thought, fine, I'll Google BMX park, bike park, and see what I get. And of course, there was the hardened things, things made of wood and concrete, but mixed in with that was also pictures that look just like the images that from their plans that they are showing us. And I guess what I most want you to note from this is the barrenness that you see in that. Just, you know, their little trails, just the bike impact on the ground, it leaves a place where things don't grow. Now, to address the other issue, yes, development it is occurring in our Northern Lights neighborhood. Discovery Vista is growing, and kids need a place to play. Well, kids have a place to play. I think kids might need a bike park, but they also need a place where they can go play in the bushes, go to the creek, have unstructured play in a natural setting. And I think that that will be as valued by the people that are moving in as it is by the people that live there already. I think that the specialness of the area has been emphasized, so I won't go back over that again. I did go out there and measure. Can I ask you, when they say a little pump track for 2- and 3-year-olds, how big do you imagine that to be?
The size of the tunnel?
Because I measured their flagging, so I'm just curious what you guys have in your minds when you hear that. 110 feet is what the diameter of what they have flagged out is. It is also 22 feet from the Bozeman Trail connector, so it's very close to anybody that's out there just for their walk. And that's just where the flags are. That doesn't count the overspill of dirt that you're going to, you know, the berm's going to be wider than just where a little flag is. The larger track measured out at 220 feet and 30 feet from the Bozeman Trail connector. So these aren't small. This is big. They're bringing in a lot of dirt. If you're going to make a berm that's 110 feet in diameter, that's a big impact. And it's going to be, you know, barren. It's going to grow tumbleweeds. Discovery Vista has already disturbed a lot of the ground out there, and we have affectionately called tumbleweed races that happen whenever the wind blows. I mean, it's just weed infested. Now, I understand that the city would maybe like to do something with this ground, and if you do, then I really appreciate. I think everybody that is in this neighborhood that I've heard from would like to have you develop this toward minimum impact on the natural scenic parts of, you know, what this area has to offer. I mean, the city could offer weed control would be nice. You have the walking trail that was put in with bulldozers and like Ben Wegman said, I watched it as well, with bulldozers and graders. And now it grows tumbleweeds and kochia weeds in its corners and along its edges, and it's not, they mow them, but they don't spray them or maintain them. Just walking in there today, there is white top, knapweed, kochia, tumbleweeds, Canadian thistle, cheatgrass. So, you know, if the city wanted to give this land some attention, I think we'd be for that. If you wanted to make some of the areas of it more accessible, maybe mow it so people could walk easier through the snowberry bushes and things like that. But to bring in truckloads of dirt and build a barren pump track that is, I think from the examples that I showed you, is a BMX track, that's what it's for, is tricks and jumps. It's not for a cute little 2- and 3-year-old place to ride bike. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. If you have a comment, come on up. Don't be bashful.
My name's Ken Bassan. I live at 2206 Constellation Drive. I'd like to address a couple things that were in the recent newspaper article when they interviewed the head of this group. I think they're a little disingenuous about some of the notice. I found out about this a week before the meeting out at the track because one of my neighbors came and told me. As far as the other notice at the Bike Fest and stuff like that, well, I don't participate in that, so how would I know? I was notified of this meeting by one of the commissioners who's not here tonight, and then I did get a flyer from one of my neighbors. As far as it being called a bike park, they have even admitted tonight that it is, for BMX purposes, which, is a little more aggressive than I think that was initially brought out. As far as the 500 signatures go versus the 30 from the neighborhood, it sounds a little bit lopsided, but if I wanted to get 500 signatures to build a whorehouse someplace, I could probably get those signatures too. And I don't think that would be appropriate in any neighborhood in Livingston. So to me, it's more of a mob mentality that the 500 versus the 30 or the people that don't live in the neighborhood are trying to impose on people that do. There will be parking issues. There will be off-hours issues. I guarantee it. Their kids are not going to abide by a sign that says only between 9 and 5 these days. So that's something to consider, and we're the ones who will have to, as I've had to in the past. I live right next to third base on the Legion field. I built my house there specifically because I enjoy, the idea of the activities and that, but I also like the fact that nobody's going to build behind me. But that being said, I've also had to become somewhat of a policeman for the baseball field when the kids come down there and start doing damage. They come out there all hours of the night, it's 2:30 in the morning, and they're out there running around and making noise, kids are kids, okay? But when they get the knives out and they're throwing them into home plate and they're taking baseball bats and hitting balls at the houses and stuff like that, there will be undesirable activity associated with this. And, kids will be kids. I am a little disappointed in your affirmative response to this without hearing all the details. Certainly the environmental impacts are great. The snakes, we've had 2 of them just last summer killed on the baseball field. The fact that they are spreading out is a concern to me. I have, my sister is an avid mountain biker, and her grandkids are getting into it, and they have the little bikes without the pedals, and I'm sure that that's part of what the focus is going to be here. You get a little kid out there that's just paddling along like the Flintstones, they're totally susceptible to the snake issue. I met one of my neighbors through this. This has been kind of a positive experience, I will say, who hunts snakes. And he told me that there are 3 dens in that area. There's one right in the area contiguous to this proposed bike park. And there's 2 others that are further up on not Meriwether, but what's the Meredith Ranch Road? Thank you. So it is an issue. They are there. We have to be aware of it, and I think that they're kind of downplaying that. I would like to see other areas looked at. When I was first became aware of this and I went to the presentation, I made the comment that this is a done deal because I don't see, though they've paid lip service or whatever to these other areas, I think that they're basically looking for a room, and when I suggested down by the schools where the kids are, if this is truly for the kids, they've already got the infrastructure and parking and everything, and make it work. They're creative people, that's obvious by the presentation. look at other areas. I don't think that was presented very well. And my last point, I'll get done, get out of here, but I would think that anything that we do, you want to make an improvement. Okay? I don't see this as an improvement. I see this as change. In this case, I don't think change is good. I think that some of these other areas, perhaps near the hospital, I believe there's a park area out there already. It was brought up about the Loves deal. That may be a little bit too far out, but right there along the river, near between the hospital there, might be a possible area. But I would see some place that would be improved as far as taking a natural setting like that and bulldozing it just to make a track for people. I don't see that as an improvement. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And who is the neighbor that knows the rattlesnake dens?
I
want to know
can't
what
remember
those
his
are.
last name, but his first name is Corey. He lives on Pleiades.
Pleiades? He's a what? He's a miner? You mean as far as mining, not like a young person?
Driller. He's a driller. Yeah, he wanted to finish the rock work on my house.
Corey the miner. Okay. All right. Hi.
Ellie Skimmerhorn, and this is.
Well, can we hold on? We have some people wanting to make some comments. It's hard to hear when other people are talking. Thank you very much.
And there's been some really eloquent things said on both sides. Sorry. I think for me, I think the resource of that particular parcel of land is its wildness. I think that is the reason why so many of us walk that, some of us daily, some of us as often as we possibly can, sometimes some of us several times a day, because when the light changes, it's a different experience. I have seen so much wildlife out there: mule deer, rabbits, herons, songbirds that come through for the summer, migrating birds that come through just to feed, ones that are there all the time. I've seen fox, I've seen just incredible wildlife just walking 10 minutes from my house. I know that Livingston is lacking enough resources for kids to do things, to entertain themselves. We don't have as much recreation as a city like Bozeman does. Of course, we're much smaller. I recognize that. We say all the time, if we win the Powerball, we're going to set up batting cages in the biggest rec hall with an indoor pool you can imagine. I mean, I would love to be able to do that for this community. I recognize that that need is there. And I am not opposed to a bike park, and I know people think this is lip service. I'm not. I'm truly not. I just don't think this is the right place. If you can pick a parcel of land that doesn't have a watershed right there, where you have to wonder about the impacts on the water, about it feeding into the Yellowstone River and the animals and wildlife that live there, pick that. Please pick that, because that is by far a better choice for everybody. Something closer to town where kids are not going to have to bike as far is also ideal. And I think there's a couple things. I don't want to contribute to the adversarial sort of feeling of how this is going in some ways, but I have to say that I work at Printing for Less. This petition was up in my work center, and I will tell you that half the people who signed it are from Bozeman. How is that valid for something that is here in Park County in Livingston? I don't think that they don't have the right to have an opinion. I'm not sure that their signature on something that is specifically here in Livingston is valid. That's my personal opinion. And I also have seen the plan. I've seen it on their Facebook page. It's a little hard to read, but I've seen it when I saw it, I should say, when the petition was up. And I think it's great in that I think it has different levels of, difficulty and ease for families to utilize this. But I truly think when you use the phrase bike park, I think people have in mind, oh, a paved path that will be meandering and easy to do, and families can ride together, and it'll be interesting, and the wildlife you can still look at as well. I don't think anybody imagines these hills of dirt with kids doing jumps, that with the erosion that's going to happen. I've walked out there before with the wind. It's brutal. It is absolutely brutal. Where's that dirt going to go?
how's it going to stay where it's supposed to be in those mounds? I'd love to know that. I'm sorry. I'm really tired. I'm trying to think of what else I wanted to say. But a couple people have announced or have said that they would like to have environmental impact statement, and I think that is absolutely valid. I think you're talking about, you know, a lot of different forms of wildlife that will leave that area. And yes, there's lots of space up Fleshman Creek that they could go to instead. But for those of us who enjoy it and recognize that those things are there, why should we have to no longer be able to experience that? Because the benefit to a certain segment of this community should not outweigh the benefit of everybody in the community to have this as a multi-use park. And that's all I have to say.
The only thing I have to add is that I did hear the argument today that even though this may not be the best or the most ideal place, the kids need a bike park. And to go back earlier in the meeting when we were talking about the annexation of property and getting Loves in here, and people were commenting about how things were trying to be pushed through very quickly. I feel like a comment like that is saying the exact same thing. I don't feel that that is a cogent argument to say, even though this isn't ideal, the kids need something, so let's put it there. I think that we do need to take our time. We do need to have these further assessments, these further discussions as to what are going to be the impacts, where can something else go if possible, and just kind of work from there. I don't think that, you know, I'm all for a bike park, but I don't necessarily think that kids need a bike park, especially right here and now. I mean, I grew up outside of Philadelphia in a town much bigger than this, and I was able to ride my bike on school grounds, in public parks, in my neighborhood, and I have survived. I didn't need a bike park in which to ride my bike. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone has any other comments, please come up.
Dale Sexton, 323 North Main, Livingston, Montana. I really appreciate the voices in this room tonight, and I think that that's very important, particularly for the folks who are adjacent to the proposed facility, because obviously they're going to be the most impacted. It's a small group, but very, very important voices just the same. I guess it's important to listen to those voices, because ultimately those voices will help this park be developed in a positive manner. I haven't heard one person say tonight that the bike park is bad for Livingston. I think everybody can agree that Livingston would benefit from a bike park. The question is, how do we develop this project in a way that does make our community, at the end of the day, a better community. As far as the conversation, I think the last thing that the bike park proponents would want to do would be to detract from the property values of these adjacent property owners, or to detract from the experience that they have in this area. I've heard that from there used to be 30 deer to now there's only 2 deer. It's a sad conversation that's what happens to property when it's surrounded by development. There used to be 30 deer and now there's 2. The one thing that there's not less of, it sounds like, is rattlesnakes. Maybe we could turn the rattlesnake issue into an educational moment. My father, I still remember the first time I ever saw a rattlesnake. I had this very visceral fear, as it seems like we all do, because it sounds like I've heard a lot of conversations about dead rattlesnakes. I am scared to death of rattlesnakes, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for them. Rattlesnakes, by nature, typically are not predatory. They can be very gingerly shoot them away with a stick. Rather than this wanting to cut their head off, people should have respect for nature and be able to coexist. Rattlesnakes are a very important part of our ecosystem. If the food source isn't there, they're not there. Obviously, the food source is there, but you know, the bike park committee has talked about weed mitigation. Sounds like this area, as recent comment, is overwhelmed with weeds right now. The bike park committee has has elected to take that issue on. Dirt mitigation, yeah. Gosh, yeah, I've stuff blowing around my yard all the time, as we all do. This is going to be compacted dirt. It's not going to be loose dirt. And if this was a wetland area that was being disturbed and was going to be developed, it wouldn't be a conversation. Wetlands are protected by the EPA nationally, both within cities as well as counties as well as states. Fleshman Creek is near and dear to my heart. It still has trout. At least I think it does. I caught trout in it up to 3 years ago, not in the last couple of years. But it is a vibrant ecosystem, and it will continue to be a vibrant ecosystem, regardless of whether this bike park comes to fruition in this location or not. They're not proposing to develop Fleshman Creek. In fact, they've specifically elected to develop the bike park separate from Fleshman Creek Direct. And I'm a person who's a big part of my livelihood revolves around fisheries and a healthy Yellowstone. And I also own a bike shop. But the main reason why I'm sitting here right now is not from a business interest perspective. It's because of a little 6-year-old and a little 8-year-old that are at home in bed right now. And I want them to have a better Livingston. Whether that bike park is sited here or somewhere else in this community, I think that ultimately a bike park can make Livingston a better community. Thank you.
Is there anyone else tonight that would like to make some comment? Okay. Before that, let's make sure that everyone who wants to speak tonight has a chance. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken yet that would like to make any comments regarding this subject? We're going to take if you haven't spoke, come on up.
My name is Valerie Bainter. I live at 619 North D Street in Livingston. I don't have a lot to say, except that I grew up out there at the Star Edition. I lived on 103 Altair Drive, and when we were kids, we rode our bikes everywhere out there. We rode them in the gullies, in the grasses, in the dirt. We rode wherever we could. We played back there. And I know if we had somewhere to go, we would have gone there. I'm sorry. We had somewhere to go, yes, we would have gone there. But a bike park for kids at that time would have been awesome. Currently, the kids ride at the skate park, which is concrete and wood and metal. And I don't know how many calls you get down there for injuries at all. I mean, I crashed all the time still on my bike, but I do it in the dirt. Anyway, like I said, I grew up out there, and I watched the development. I watched everything go away, all the wildlife for people's homes that are out there now, and it's always going to happen. But not only is there Northern Lights out there, there's Ridgeview Trails, which is just up above them, and they have a lot of kids up there. And I appreciate everything that everybody has so worked on, the community out at Northern Lights and the bike park project. If all that energy could just go to working together to find another place, if that's the case, that would make a great effort for our community. I mean, they all have valid points. I grew up out there. I biked out there. I rode my bike to school, and I rode back up into the wind. It was miserable. I agree. But if we could all get together and figure something out that's agreeable, I think that would be best for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So is there anyone else who hasn't spoken tonight that wants to speak? Because we're going to let people who have spoken speak again. So if you haven't spoken, speak. If not, okay, you're next. Just state your name again so we know have it for the record.
Leslie Seitz, 2502 Constellation Drive. I remembered that I forgot to bring up, I went to the Parks and Trail Committee that was in April, and after all, similar discussion to what we had now, we had a representative there from the school district, I believe, and I don't remember his name, I'm very tired as well. Todd Wester, yeah. And he said he would like, you know, is there negotiations in the works for, you know, the city to acquire 20 acres that the school district owns? And he offered at that time to let the bike park have a piece of that 20 acres. Why is that not being considered? Because it's still so new, or, I mean.
The school by law has to have 20 acres. So they have to, if they exchange that with the city, they have to have another 20 acres someplace else.
Oh, so that exchange isn't going to work?
Sure, go ahead. That's all I know.
Schools have some needs, baseball folks have some needs, and before they move forward on I would talk about asset inventory needs, and that's what we were talking about. So the reason why that hasn't moved forward is, well, it hasn't moved forward, and it's a year-long process. And no, there are no negotiations in place. Everybody's not even certain what the right solution is.
Okay.
So there are no negotiations in place at this moment to swap them.
Okay.
This is so early to tell. It's way too early to tell. The process that Mr. Wester was talking about is going to be a year-long project. To identify all the needs. So, I don't know.
As you know, he was very generous. He's like, this would be a great place for a bike park. We'll put it next to the baseball fields that we're going to have. It'll all be, you know, you'll have facilities because there'll be bathrooms because the soccer fields have gone into their next phase. The other comment I have is that I also saw the petition at the Total Fitness where I work out, and I asked the lady who owns it, Carol Stern, I said, you know, you have a petition, but could I also put my petition here, you know, from the neighborhood? And she says, well, I don't really understand what this petition is about. And I said, well, you know, this is my side of it. And she immediately took that petition down and blacked out her name. So I think there is some misunderstanding on how this bike park is being represented. That's all.
Thank you very much. Matt, are you talking? Okay.
Matt DeTore, 209 South K Street in Livingston here. First off, this, you know, I really appreciate the idea of conserving that space, or a space for the city to hold on to near and dear, because there's a lot of cities out there, and even Bozeman's one of them now, that you don't get those places. But I want to kind of defend the integrity of the group that supports this and that has done so much work, because what they're trying to do isn't something, you know, it's not something that they're going to, you know, they're just trying to ruin everything else. You know, they're not trying to just stampede everything and you know, get this through. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to provide an opportunity. When I moved here, my parents moved me here as a kid, there was one soccer field at Sacagawea Park. My parents said, hey, flip it sideways and make two of them. And they did. They flipped it sideways, made two, and now look at this. You know, when I moved here, there wasn't a skate park. There was a skate park. I grew up Central Oregon. We had everything. We had bike park, skate park. You know, we had roller hockey rinks, things like that. We had that, and when we moved here, we didn't have that, and so the distractions started to occur. What these people are trying to do is they're trying to provide a positive distraction for their children, because I work with kids in the community, and it's no secret that there's battles that go on a daily basis with the youth, not only in Livingston, but in small towns all over Montana, all over the Northwest, all over America. And right now, Livingston, I think providing opportunities for children is the best thing that we can do, because our schools are facing decline in enrollment, which means decline in money. Our communities in facing, issues with not only education, but we're facing other issues of other distractions, whether it be recreational or whether drugs, whatever. I'm not saying that that's our main issue, but what I'm saying is the integrity of these guys is being attacked, and you shouldn't attack the integrity of this group, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to provide an opportunity, and bringing up petition things like this, well, this and this and this and this, more power to them, because they're out there using their voice. Attacking them, saying they didn't, it's a hoax, this, that, and this. That's attacking their integrity for striving and building on something that they believe in, and I truly believe in it too. And I'm just here to defend the integrity of this group and defend, all their efforts that have been put forth. You can attack the argument, but unless you're providing a solution or saying, or providing information such as we want to protect these wetlands, like Mr. Wegman said, I think that you really can't attack the integrity of this group. And if you don't have any support for this in one way or another, you're almost attacking the integrity of somebody who's going to that. I just really feel strongly that what they're trying to do is really good. So I'm getting redundant. So thank you
very much, Matt. Appreciate you coming up. Hey, Alex.
Alex Gaff, 616 South 13th Street. I'm going to build off a little bit of what Matt just said, because I think they all have valid points. They don't own the property around their houses, behind their houses, above. It's their neighborhood, and Adam remembers when we had the G Street Park splash park thing. I got really involved with that. I love the idea of the splash park. It was cool, and there was a lot of infrastructure that had to go in. There was lots of delays. It spurned an idea that I went before at least you, and I don't know if Nell was on the commission at the time, to make use of the other wading pool, and I ran into all sorts of issues, oh, the wind's going to blow the sand out of this, and kids are going to pick up rocks and throw them at houses and things. And I built my project, because it gave the kids something to become invested in. It gave them pride in their town, even if they left. Okay, with G Street, I did all I could to make sure that was a quality plan with that splash park. There was features to it I didn't like, but there wasn't enough of us to sway how the design would work. But once that's up and running, it's going to be tons of fun for the kids. And I think the integrity, as Matt was saying, these people were trying to work as fast and as best they could so that they could get forward with something they were very passionate about. They are passionate about. I love the idea of this bike park. I would never think, if somebody said bike park, one single trail. To me, a bike park involves multiple activities. There's got to be multiple features to it to make it a park. It's part of the trail system that I don't know if how many people in this room are aware of. There is a proposed trail system that goes around this entire town. And there will be features along the way. There'll be whatever as it develops. Sorry, I'm getting really tired now. I'm dry. So they're not trying to bully the neighbors or the neighborhood into having this park. It simply met certain criteria for ease of use. Okay, there is the problem with the rattlers. But again, there's going to be development. Who knows what's going to go with these rattlers, with the birds, with Fleshman Creek. That travels through the whole town. And I've seen dust in that quadrant of town blow like you can't believe. And that was only about 2 weeks ago. There was a real dust storm that came through that part of town. I don't know about the rest of the town. It's all paved, but yet we had really heavy dust blowing through there and heading right to Fleshman Creek. The creek runs all along there and eventually meets the river again. So at some point, Fleshman Creek, along its course, is being inundated by dust and dirt, garbage. It doesn't make it okay, any of it. The park will have plantings in it. They are going, as far as I'm aware, to make as light a footprint in there as possible to set this up. I don't like the idea of just doing the little kids area, though. I do want to make note of that, just by itself, because that's almost indicating, one, the older kids will come in and trash it, try to trash it, or probably successfully if they're stabbing home plates. There isn't going to be, it makes me worried there isn't going to be enough supervision. There won't be enough people around in some way or form. If it can be done as fast as possible, expedited, the entire thing, so everybody can understand it and get comfortable with it, that would be more ideal, if it's possible. It doesn't have to be in this location. I mean, I have moose down on South 13th, 2 moose bedded down in my neighbor's yard. I have a black bear that visits my apple tree in the back. You know, in Bozeman, we had a black bear cross our path on the gorgeous paths they have laid out in Bozeman, and they've done everything to protect all bodies of water running through their town when it comes to those bike walking paths in Bozeman. They're gorgeous if you haven't seen them. And along the way, you have sort of themed areas. So that's more how I envision it. With this is one of those where you leave it so you're somewhat in the wild. Yes, there's going to be bikes, but we're not going to have 10,000 kids in there. This is not a Disneyland that's being built by this group. Okay? I don't foresee that. And truthfully, I'll be in there. I know a couple of guys older than me that are fierce mountain bikers. I mean, I have the scar to prove it, that I know how to fall off my bike really well still. So I'll leave it at that. These people did not try to coerce or strong arm anybody. If that happened to Ben's daughter, I'm sorry about that. Kids do that. My daughter got attacked when she was younger for something the girls got into. So kids do that. Okay, nobody was coercing them, and the kids' petition was a separate petition. It was not mixed in with the adults. And as far as people signing from out of town, I don't know anything about that. If that happened, well, they're passionate about visiting here and spending their money when they come to play in the bike park, which would, okay, hey, that's not terrible. And tourists hopefully will be possibly stopping here because we have this feature in town. It keeps them here, and it keeps them spending their money here. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Anyone else want to speak? Okay.
Doug Atticott, 86 Wineglass Road. I'd just like to say that we appreciate everything that's been discussed tonight, and I feel that the mood of the discussion has become lighter and more towards a solution rather than adversarial, and I very much appreciate that. Our goal is to leave a legacy for our children and the community, and provide an opportunity. And I consider the wild spaces part of that opportunity, as well as a park environment. And I just would like to say that we want to work towards a positive solution for the community at large. And whether that means this location or another location, if we need to have a committee that works toward finding the optimal location if this is not it, anything along those lines to create some positive movement forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doug. I appreciate that. Lisa? Yeah, you have to
Lisa Patrick, 29 Haven Meadow, Loop, Livingston. I just wanted to add, I did not include this in the packet, the commissioner's packet, but this is a Google map of the year 2007, and it basically shows, and the reason I'm bringing it to your attention is I heard several times with the neighbors that this was undisturbed land, and it just shows that area.
Probably, thanks. Yeah, is that when they're making the trails? Oh, okay, guys. This is public comment time. If you guys want to discuss this again, Westward, sorry about that.
Everybody's got to take their turn, and you got to come up and you got it.
Yeah.
Because the official record is through here. So.
Sorry about that. I was missing it. Getting a little sleepy here. So
I only wanted to bring it to your attention because it has, that whole ground, that area has been disturbed and has had dirt brought in and dumped. And there was already a roadway there before the homes were even there. Yes, I would. I can provide a copy.
Mr. Chair, ask you quick questions of clarification.
That'd be great.
So let's restrict the conversation for the moment to phase one. Lisa, how big is that phase one area? Do you guys have it measured? Leslie said 110 feet, that's about right in diameter.
Oh, can we need to get it on the public record. You need to come. Thank you, Bruce. Glad you're awake still.
So, all right, so 110 feet in diameter for the phase one. What is the distance between phase one and the neighbors?
Gosh, I mean, we don't have it measured out, but I mean, I do know that the closest point that any trail comes to the property line is 100 feet. And in most of the places, it's at least 150 feet from the property line.
How far away is phase one from Fleshman Creek? What's the minimum distance there? Do we think it's 10 feet or do we think it's 100?
Oh, it's a good. Yeah, I would guess 100 feet, yes.
To what degree will this phase one affect affect the utility of the trail? Affect people using the trail?
The already existing Bozeman Trail, how would it, what do you mean, how would it affect, would it,
Will phase one affect people on
no.
So people, so the trail, use of the trail will remain.
Correct.
In phase one from the center to, not too far away from Weimer Field, and there's still a ton of extra open on it.
Correct.
And Dale mentioned that this isn't gonna be built in the wetlands. Is it, how close is this to the wetlands? So where this is planned is not wetland, it's all dry. Thank you. Right, where phase one is planned, it's all dry.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
It is all.
Motorized vehicles, certainly we cannot have any motorized vehicles in this facility. Is that consistent with your guys' plan?
That is correct.
And of course, we would have to provide some sort of signage to that effect.
Yes.
And that would have some enforcement. Well, after all this discussion, and I do appreciate everybody coming and talking, and I really respect a lot of the neighbors being invested in their community, and I understand not wanting it there. But I do respectfully disagree with a lot of the comments against this. I don't think, phase one is pretty small, and there's a lot of extra open space out there. And I don't think the wildlife experience will be ruined. I think it'll remain a vibrant ecosystem, even with this phase one there. And I respectfully disagree. So my recommendation would be, let's try out this phase one in that location for 1 year and see how it goes. If it doesn't work, you can always get rid of the facility. It's a relatively small facility. That would be my recommendation. They put a lot of work into it. I think this is a pretty good location. And so let's try it out from 1 year.
Are you making a motion?
No, that would be my recommendation, and then I'll yield to hear what the rest of the commission has to say. Hold on, you got it, hold on. And so thank you very much for your time. So I yield the floor.
All right, so that's your recommendation. So are you making a motion to that effect? Okay. Commissioner Friedman? Commissioner Hoagland?
No, there's an awful lot to look at here, and I respect everybody that talked, and I think we have to investigate certain things before we even consider it. So,
Are you done?
There's a couple different issues that I've thought about. I agree with what Mel was saying, and that if I feel a little bit like it's a little premature in just one realm, and I've said this to the bike park people, in the wetlands issue in an undisturbed or undeveloped area. I think that we need to value the fact that it's undeveloped, but it's not truly undeveloped, because I was out there today. Did anyone see me? Neighbors? Anyone see me? Okay. You know, I heard some comments tonight, and I just need to respond to a few things that I thought about while I was out there, and that is, if you want something to stay natural, and this is something I thought of right away today when I saw it, if you're valuing, as I'm trying to think who said it,
valuing us being stewards of the land, then you don't take your lawnmower and mow down the prairie grasses. Okay, so neighbors, okay, no, it's beyond that. I'm talking about next people's yards. Now, I am a huge steward of the land believer. So I want us to, and I'm going to state it now, I want us to make sure we're making the right decision. And that's why I'm not supporting going ahead and jumping into this at all. I agree with what you guys are saying as neighbors, that it is a valuable wetland and valuable area. There is some problems I have with the fact that I don't think as stewards of the land, some of the neighbors are maybe treating it like they should. That's me.
Okay. No. We cannot.
And that was easy to see for me. Also, it is public land, and I heard the comment also, or from others, that, what was it? I want to make sure I say this correctly. This is not Northern Lights Park. This is our park, our communities, just like Sacagawea Park. And when people go to Sacagawea, do the neighbors around there stop you from going? Hinder you from wanting to experience that park? No. Would you take that? If someone said to you, you can't, this is our park and we want to utilize it and we don't want a bunch of people coming in. We got to think about this as this is our community and we're supporting. I think we've all agreed that we support a bike park concept. Do we all support where it's at or where the proposal is? Not necessarily. But we need to start being fair about the fact that this is a public area that will be developed somehow. How do we want it to be developed? It's something we need to really think about. And it is going to be developed. It's been tried to do a public garden. The neighborhood didn't want that. Tried to do a bike park. The neighborhood didn't want that. What else? Someone else brought up something else today too, on something that had been attempted at one point. How do we want to use it? And I think it's something we need to think about, and that's that hard work we put into it. I rode around on my bike today 3 hours looking at this community, trying to think of any solution to come with. And I feel like I found some solutions. I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking, in the future for our community. And but on the other hand, that space needs to be used by the community, by the masses, and not just by the neighborhood. And it needs to be valued by all of us. And that's where I'm going to leave it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Holcomb. I think there's too much unanswered right at this moment to really move forward on this particular project. I always stated from the beginning that there has to be neighborhood buy-in, and I don't see much neighborhood buy-in right now. So that's all I have to say at this point on that. Is there any other discussion on this item? Or is there a motion? Commissioner Stern.
So it seems like move forward with the bike park concept. This location at least requires some form of environmental assessment, not from that. So maybe the administration have anybody that's qualified to go do such an analysis.
I'm sure we find somebody.
So we should ask the administration to do at least some sort of preliminary environmental assessment of that, to at least get a yay or nay on what phase 1, 2, and 3 would do to that natural space, so we have some data upon which to work. And it looks like a second course of action needs to be taken in locating alternative sites. And I know that you guys put a lot of effort into doing this, but we might just have to extend the scope of this analysis. Is it possible, Doug and Lisa, that you could maybe meet up with Ed and or other members of the administration and try to work with the administration to look at additional alternate locations in addition to maybe doing the environmental assessment? And do we think the administration would be open to doing that with the bike park? Bruce, do you think that'd be a reasonable thing?
That's a good place to start.
So given that making a motion at this point wouldn't accomplish anything, I think those are two actions that can maintain the momentum of the bike park and get some of the answers that we think we need. So that way, when you have this location, the site analysis done, it won't just be the bike parks. It'll be done with the administration, with a global eye, and that, you know, bringing the administration in will add legitimacy. Not that it's not legitimate, but, you know, I mean, more than just one group. And at the same time, we'll get some answers on the environmental assessment, because that's obviously very important to the neighbors and the community. I see that as a reasonable way to move forward.
Very good.
Bruce, you get that? And Lisa and Doug, you guys try to get in contact with Ed, the city manager, the administration, try to move forward on those two tracks, and we'll see where it goes. Don't give up hope. I mean, you guys got a good idea. You guys, the bike park is a good thing for the community. We all work together and do it diligently. We'll make it happen. Might take a little longer than we want, but we'll make it happen. And I appreciate everybody, neighbors and supporters, everybody, bike park coming out.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Stern. And again, from the entire commission, we really appreciate everyone's coming out and providing their comments tonight on about this issue. We are going to move on. It naturally dissolved. Okay, so we do have a number of other things on this agenda, but I've talked to Bruce, and ordinance 2050 we can table till next meeting. Resolution 4472 is a moot point at this moment. Resolution number C 4473 we can postpone to the next meeting, but we should take up resolution A and D. Is that correct? Correct. And then we can table action items A and B as well, right? What's that? Yeah. Which one? No. I mean, we're talking. I want to get going. I want to table some of these. Brianna, did you have? Was there? A and D? A and B.
A and D.
D was the bike park.
Resolutions.
Oh, A and D. Oh, okay. Well, we are going to take up those two. Okay. So you don't need a motion on those tabling of those things? Or
No, we made note of it.
okay. All right. So we're on to resolutions. Resolution number 4470, resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing contract with Ranger Plumbing and Heating for swimming pool in the amount of $28,533. Bruce?
Just briefly, the last time you approved a contract with what did I think? Woodwork, and this is part of that contract. So this finishes the pool in time to open on June 9th. So we need to get this contract approved, so we can get that work done. And we're talking 6 days, and it's supposed to open. So.
Okay.
Chair, I move we approve resolution 4470.
Okay, motion by Stern, second by Friedman. Commission discussion. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Chairman Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern, Commissioner Friedman,
Yes.
Motion passes. Resolution number 4478, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing city manager to sign tree inventory contract with Garvey Urban Forestry. Bruce.
I believe we solicited bids, and this outfit from Billings was selected as the most responsive bidder. We're doing a tree inventory for the city. They're going to locate the trees by GIS, I believe, so we know what trees are where and what kind they are. We'd recommend approval.
Oh, Bruce.
Can you say that?
Okay, motion by Stern, second by Friedman. Brianna, do you want to add anything to this conversation?
Just that this piece
Stayed
of it.
here this late, so you better
I
say
have to
something.
talk. I
Say
have
something.
to say something. Just that this piece is a grant. So the contract, this piece is being paid for with the grant funding.
The entire amount?
The tree inventory pieces. We have some in-kind match.
and the inventory will also provide like the condition of the tree, upcoming needed maintenance, the species, the location, like the size, so a lot of information to help.
And we'll be able to update this one. The last one that we had done, we couldn't update it. This one we can. Well, we could have updated it, we just didn't. So now it's just outdated. So now this one will keep up to date.
Okay, well, very good. Commissioner discussion. Commissioner Hoagland.
I have just one quick thing to say. On a positive note, Garvey Urban Forestry is highly respected in the Billings Laurel area. Super respected. I actually know his wife and I know him. He's looked at trees of a property we have. And he is like the best known, most respected arborist in the whole county.
Well, and he got it right under bid. So he did a great job on his bidding process too.
Discussion? Commissioner Stern?
No.
Roll call.
Chairman Bennett.
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland. Yes. Commissioner Stern. Commissioner Friedman.
Or motion passes. Commissioner. As far as I know, we can table the rest of it until next meeting. What's that? Okay, you want to make a motion?
As long as there's no more applicants than there are today.
There's one applicant.
How many openings?
How many openings are there? Is there only one opening? A motion by Friedman, second by Stern for approval of application. Who's the person? Lisa Harold for City Tree Board. Commission discussion?
Great candidate.
Roll call.
Chairman Bennett.
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland.
Yes.
Commissioner Stern.
Four.
Commissioner Friedman.
Motion passes.
And let's do the BID real quick as well. And we can do those all.
I move we accept the applications for the BID.
Okay, motion by Hoagland, second by Stern.
Carla Pettit and Dan Caldo are intimately involved.
And they didn't stay here to vote again? What's wrong with them? I know. All right, commission discussion. Roll call.
Chairman Bennett.
Yes.
Commissioner Hoagland.
Yes.
Commissioner Stern. Commissioner Friedman.
Or motion passes. Okay, city manager comments? None. None. City commission comments? None. It's already tomorrow morning. Commissioner Stern. Commissioner Hoagland. Commissioner Bennett.
Nada.
Okay, public comments. We have opportunity for public comment. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Done. This meeting can be adjourned with a motion of the commission. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? If you're opposed, get out of here. Meeting is adjourned at 11:45. All right. Thank you all for staying so late. Glad you didn't.
Oh,
Slave,
yeah, I guess
little
so.
slave driver.
No, Brianna and I will do it. We're gonna pull it apart. I know.
Tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
Just do it tomorrow morning.
Oh, you guys can just go. Go ahead. Do you ever think about like scheduling it online?
Maybe it's been going long. I don't know it. Well, let me, when I'm awake, let me think about that. Yeah.
How about,
I know, we piled them on.
how about the, July 1st meeting? You know, the day before the July 2nd big event. We can keep it on the chill side. Dermot?
Hey, don't look at me.
Well, you have a little pull. You have a little more pull.
Okay, I will talk to the city manager and tell him to cool his jet.
Well, yeah, why don't we start like with humongous ones that early? Can we
What are you saying, Bill?
starting earlier on, on big nights where there's bigger, you know, obvious public related. I unplugged.
Expensive.